co-host now. Hello. 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 त्याला नाही.
तो हे मॅडम मॅडम तुमचा आडवा झाला, स्क्रीन आडवा झाला तुमचा. हा तरी तिकडे आला का? कनेक्ट नाही झालं वाटते. आला सरळ सरळ मॅडम. अरे नहीं चलता ब्लूटूथ के। अब ये तुम्हारे कान में रखो, तुम मुझे बताओ तुम्हारा आवाज आ गया क्या? तो हेलो हेलो मेरा हाँ बोला। हेलो हेलो गुड मॉर्निंग. गुड मॉर्निंग. हेलो येत आहे? Delegate have their respective seats, and I request Honorable Principal Sir I request Honorable Principal Sir to offer garland to the photos of Chhatrapati Sri Shivaji Maharaj, a great educationist, Dr. Punjab Rao alias Bhausaheb Deshmukh, and the devotee of cleanliness, Sant Gadge Baba. At the outset, I pay my humble tribute to Chhatrapati Sri Shivaji Maharaj, educationist, late Dr. Punjab Rao alias Bhausaheb Deshmukh, and great devotee of cleanliness, Sant Gadge Baba. First of all, I welcome all dignitaries, researchers, students, and participants in this online national conference on the topic Indian diaspora literature in English. I welcome Honorable President of Sri Shivaji Education Society Amravati, Sri Harshavardhan P. Deshmukh, all executive members of Sri Shivaji Education Society Amravati. I also welcome keynote speaker Professor Dr. Prantik Banerjee, sir, resource person Dr. M. Palani Sami, sir, Principal Dr. Kiran Khandare, sir, Head PG Department of English, Sant Gadge Baba, Amravati University, Amravati, Dr. Sandeep Joshi sir, Dr. O.S. Deshmukh sir, and Dr. Nilesh Tare sir. Good morning to one and all. Now I welcome and request Honorable Advocate Sri Jayawant alias Bhaiya Sahib Vinayak Rao Patil Pusdekar, Vice President Sri Shivaji Education Society Amravati, Dr. Advocate Sri Jayawant alias Bhaiya Sahib Vinayak Rao Patil is an eminent lawyer in
ते ना नाही तुमच्या कॅमेरा नाही झालेला हा या कॅमेरा हा दिसून राहिला ना फ्रंटवर म्हणून मॅडम
काय म्हणते
हॅलो हा सांगा ना ओके मला एक सांगा फक्त आपलं कुठल्या नावाने हे झालेलं आहे जॉईन कुठल्या नावाने केलं सर हो 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 एक सेकंड मी को होस्ट देतो हा तुम्ही तिकडनं अनम्यूट करा एक मिनिट हा सर आता तुम्ही तिकडनं अनम्यूट करू शकता सर
Our today's inaugurator of this online national workshop on the topic Indian diaspora literature in English is Honorable
हो 67
our today's inaugurator of this online national conference on the topic Indian diaspora literature in English is Honorable Advocate Sri Jayawant alias Bhaiya Sahib Vinayak Rao Patil Pusdekar, Vice President Sri Shivaji Education Society Amravati. Dr. Bhaiya Sahib Jayawant Patil is a renowned lawyer in Vidarbha region, social activist. His father had assisted Dr. Punjab Rao alias Bhavsaheb Deshmukh in olden times. I request Honorable Advocate Sri Jayawant alias Bhaiya Sahib Vinayak Rao Patil Pusdekar sir to occupy the seat as inaugurator of this online national workshop on the topic Indian diaspora literature in English. And I also request Honorable Principal Sir Dr. Kiran Khandare sir to preside over this inaugural function. Now, I would like to request Honorable Advocate Sri Jayawant alias Bhaiya Sahib Vinayak Rao Patil Pusdekar to deliver now I would like to request Honorable Principal Dr. Kiran Khandare sir to deliver introductory. Now we are going to play university song. So I request all my colleagues and participants to stand up. University song is being played now, my dear participants. Please sit down. Now I request I request Professor VK sir to present certificate to Honorable Principal sir. Certificate I have, sir. Thank you. Now I request Honorable Principal Sir Dr. Kiran Khandare sir to deliver introductory speech.
Very good morning to one and all. Myself, Principal Dr. Kiran Khandare, Dr. H.N. Sinha Arts and Commerce College, Patur, District Akola, Vidarbha, Maharashtra. Welcome you all from the very bottom of my heart. First of all, I pay my sincere tribute to Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, the great king of India. I pay my humble tribute to Dr. Panjabrao alias Bhau Sahib Deshmukh, the founder president of Sri Shivaji Education Society Amaravati, and the first agriculture minister of independent India. I pay my tribute to Sant Gadge Maharaj, the great social reformer of the vicinity of Amaravati division of the entire Maharashtra. I welcome from the very bottom of my heart Honorable Sri Jayantrao alias Bhaiya Sahib Vinayak Rao Patel Puzdekar, Vice President Sri Shivaji Education Society Amaravati. I welcome today's eminent keynote speaker, Dr. Prantik Banerjee, Professor of English, Hislop College, Nagpur, India. I welcome from the very bottom of my heart the resource person, Dr. M. Palanisamy, KM Government Institute for Postgraduate Studies and Research, Pondicherry University, India. I welcome Dr. Nilesh Tare, Chairman to the Board of Studies in English in Humanities, Sant Gadge Baba, Amaravati University, Amaravati. I welcome Dr. Sandeep Joshi, Head, Department of English, Sant Gadge Baba, Amaravati University, Amaravati. I welcome the organizing secretaries of this conference, Dr. Chandan Rathod, Dr. and all the participants from the various states and corners of the nation. Friends, it is a great honor for us to organize one-day online national level conference on the theme Indian Diaspora Literature in English today. It gives me an immense pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all the dignitaries, delegates, researchers, and well-wishers at this national conference. At the very outset, I am grateful to our President, Honorable Sri Harshavardhanji P. Deshmukh, President Sri Shivaji Education Society Amaravati. I am grateful to Honorable Bhaiya Sahibji Puzdekar, Vice President Sri Shivaji Education Society Amaravati. I am grateful to Honorable Dilip Raoji Ingole sir, Treasurer Sri Shivaji Education Society Amaravati, and Honorable Dr. V.G. Thakre sir, Secretary Sri Shivaji Education Society Amaravati, for the guidance and support extended for this conference. At the very outset, once again, I thankfully acknowledge the support extended by the head Physics Department of English, HGB Amaravati University, Amaravati, and all the officials of Santa Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Amravati University, Amravati, friends, the literature of Indian diaspora is a body of writing produced by people who identify themselves as being of Indian origin, but also belonging to foreign lands. Diaspora plays a significant role in literature, especially in Indian writing in English. Diaspora is a journey that negotiates physical detachment from a psychological attachment towards the homeland. The term diaspora was originally used to describe the dispersion of Jews from Babylon in the 6th century BC, and later was used to refer to all migrants who left their homeland to go to another country for different reasons. Today's use of the term associates it with this conscious choice. However, it also encompasses the psychological connection to the home, away from the home. Indian immigrants are spread around the world and form an integral part of the global diaspora. The job market that has opened up as a result of globalization has made the potential of Indians more visible and functional. There we have also been social and cultural exchanges. It is in this context that literature emerging from diasporic people assume is a body of writing produced by people who identify themselves as being of Indian origin, but also belonging to foreign lands. Diaspora literature in English is largely associated with writers like V.S. Naipaul, Anita Desai, Jhumpa Lahiri, Bharati Mukherjee, Rohinton Mistry, Kiran Desai, Meena Alexander, Salman Rushdie, and also with a more recent Binyamin, Deepak Unnikrishnan, and many more. Being in diaspora means living in a cross-cultural context in which change, fusion, and expansion are inevitable. Sorry. Those aware of the complexities produced a number of voices in the recent years that echoed through the medium of literature. Literature is one of the most prominent mediums through which migrant experiences are transmitted from one generation to the next. Literary texts carry a perception of history that links them to the past, whilst also carrying an insight into the future. This creates transitional identities. So taking into consideration all these things, features, and characteristics, as well as the significance of diasporic literature, we all have gathered over here for the academic gathering. Once again, I congratulate all of you for joining this academic gathering at the national level on the diasporic literature in English. Once again, I wish you all the best for the coming academic deliberation throughout the day. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for presiding over inaugural function and delivering introductory speech. Now, may I request our today's inaugurator, Honorable Advocate Sri Jayawant alias Bhaiya Sahib Vinayakram Patil Pusdekar, who is an eminent lawyer in Vidarbha region, social activist, and his father had helped Dr. Punjabrao alias Bhausaheb Deshmukh in order to establish this great educational institute of great repute. So I would like to request Honorable Advocate Jayawant alias Bhaiya Sahib Vinayakrao Patil Pusdekar to occupy the seat as inaugurator and deliver inaugural speech.
Thank you, sir. Namaskar to all. Sir, first of all, I pay my humble tribute to Rajesh Chhatrapati and Dr. Panjabrao alias Bhausaheb Deshmukh, Sant Gadge Baba and Sant Tukduji Maharaj. Sir, Sri Shivaji Education Society Amravati is a number 2 educational institute of great repute in Maharashtra. Presently, Honorable Sri Harshavardhan Pratap Singh Ji Deshmukh is the president of our institution. Dr. Panjabrao alias Bhausaheb Deshmukh, the first Union Minister of Agriculture of independent India, established this education institution in the year 1932. This year, his 125th birth anniversary was celebrated by all the Shiva Parivar. All over the state of Maharashtra. Sri Shivaji Education Society is running at or about 350 colleges, high schools, ashram shala, physical education college, medical college, and law college. These institutions are continuously imparting education in urban as well as rural areas. The small sapling planted in 1932 has now taken the huge shape like banyan tree. The society is striving hard to make the future of the students' fraternity bright by implementing new and innovative schemes every year. Dr. Bhausaheb Deshmukh, born in the year 1898, 27th December, at village Papad, Taluka Nandgaon Khandeshwar, district Amravati. He took his primary education up to 3rd standard at village Papad, and there the further facility was not available. Therefore, he went to his maternal uncle's village, Songaon, Taluka Chandur Railway, and he completed his 4th class education. Thereafter, he went to Karanja Lad for further education. Then he completed his SSC examination from Academic High School Amravati, and thereafter he took admission in the Ferguson College, Pune for his graduation. After his graduation, he went to London for taking the education for becoming the barrister. And after becoming the barrister, Dr. Bhausaheb came to Amravati and started his practice in the district court at Amravati. Within a short period, he became very popular lawyer in the Amravati. In the year 1932, this Sri Shivaji Education Society was established by Bhausaheb. Before that, he started one hostel, namely Shraddhananda Hostel, for the students who came from poor family, who could not bear the expenses, and this Shraddhananda Hostel, where there were a free lodging and boarding for poor students. Dr. H.N. Sinha Arts and Commerce College, Patur, run by Sri Shivaji Education Society, Amravati, and PG Department of English, Sant Gadge Baba, Amravati University, Amravati, have jointly organized National Conference on Indian Diaspora Literature in English. On this topic, this national conference is organized under the competent guidance and leadership of our principal, Dr. Kiran Khandare. I welcome Dr. Sandeep Joshi, Head of the Postgraduate Department of English, Sant Gadge Baba, Amravati University, Amravati, for making a special efforts to take this conference on national level. I welcome keynote speaker of this national conference, Professor Dr. Prantik Banerjee, Hislop College, Nagpur. I also welcome resource person of this national conference, Professor Dr. T. Marks, Pondicherry University, Pondicherry. I also welcome Dr. Nilesh Tare, Chairman, Board of Studies in English, Sant Gadge Baba, Amravati University, Amravati. I also welcome all professors, researchers, scholars, and students who have submitted and presented their research articles in this conference. Around 250 participants have joined this national conference online on Zoom meeting and YouTube link. I hope that this national conference will definitely help to all of you to derive substantial and recent knowledge of this topic. In this national conference, as many as 100 research articles have been published from different states of the country. So, on this occasion, I congratulate Principal and all his team, and I am happy to say that this national conference will remain successful. I inaugurate this national conference and congratulate all of you. The deliberation of this national conference will certainly impart profound knowledge to students and faculties as well, which will be useful for the future reference. With this feeling, I once again call you and extend my greetings and best wishes and formally declare that this national conference is inaugurated and wind up my inaugural speech. Thank you very much, sir.
Sir, I request you to share the slide of inauguration. Sir, I request you to formally inaugurate this national conference by sharing the slide on the screen.
Conference is inaugurated. I declare
इंग्लिश नाही नाही डायरेक्ट फाईल हो चालते
Cover page.
मला ओपन करायला लावतो
Cover page.
कुठे आहे इंग्लिश इंग्लिश नाव तुम्ही सरांना म्हणा फक्त क्लिक करा हे आहे का ही आहे सर मी सरांना होत देतो भाऊंना फक्त ते ओपन करायला सांगा
Sir, I request you to open the slide.
सरला म्हणा इथे इथे हे फक्त ओपन करा म्हणा
Sir, file name as English.
पीपीटी नाही का सर काम करायचं
Cover page name है. Now, sir, I request you to inaugurate the cover page of journal.
पिन नाही आली का शिव कॉम्प्युटरचा आहे ना एक सेकंड
करू का तुम्ही करू का करा नाही राहिलं म्हणा ओपन
गेले साहेब गेले शिव कॉम्प्युटर कुठे व्हिडिओ बंद केला हां सर ठीक 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 पिन पोस्ट
राहू दे, राहू दे. राहू दे ना, राहू दे ना, चालू करायचं आहे.
चलो, फिर बोला.
Thank you, sir, for delivering inaugural speech of this national online national level conference on the topic Indian diaspora literature in English. On behalf of Honorable Principal, sir, on behalf of college, I am thankful to you, sir. Now, the first technical session is going to be started, and I request Honorable Dr. Nilesh Tare, sir, Chairman Board of Studies in English, Sant Gadge Baba, Amravati University, Amravati, to preside over this first technical session. And I invite Professor Rahul Solanke, sir, to introduce today's keynote speaker and resource person, Professor Dr. Prantik Banerjee, sir, and Dr. M. Palani Sami, Professor Dr. Prantik Banerjee, sir, and Dr. M. Palani Sami. I invite Solanke, sir, to introduce today's speakers.
सर बॅनर्जी सर ना झाले जॉईन झाले. एक मिनिट मी तुम्हाला पिन देतो. ठीक आहे, हातात घ्या.
Okay.
तुम्हाला पिन देतो. कंटिन्यू.
Hello. Am I loud and clear? Good afternoon, all. Okay. Am I loud and clear? Okay, good afternoon, all. The next session is going to be very delightful as two erudite scholars are going to join with us. One is from the Orange City, Nagpur, and another from Pondicherry. They have been rendering a valuable service in teaching field. Their contribution, expertise, the erudition is undeniable. Without getting it delayed, let me introduce them one by one. Pleasure to introduce friends joining with us, Honorable Prantik Banerjee, Professor, Department of English, Hislop College, Nagpur. He published 9 books, 46 research papers, and 12 book chapters. He has been a member of Syllabus Design Committee at several universities, a member of Board of Studies, RTM University, Nagpur. He is an academic counselor of the creative writing course, Indira Gandhi National Open University. Beside this, his book of short stories, The Keeper of the Dead, won CLR International Award. His poems have been shortlisted 4 times in All India Poetry Competition organized by British Council of India. He was featured as the poet of the fortnight in Stanza of Femina magazine by renowned poetess Kamala Das. Another scholar we have today, Honorable Mr. M. Palaniswamy, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Kanchi Muniva Government Institute for Postgraduate Studies and Research, Pondicherry. Till date, he published 3 books and 7 book chapters. 24 MPhil students have been awarded degrees. 2 PhD students, they got PhD degree under his guidance. And around 9 students are pursuing their PhD. He has been a member of Board of Studies. He acted as a member of the College Development Council, All India Radio. He delivered various speeches, guest lectures at college and universities. Gentlemen, wholeheartedly I welcome both of you on the behalf of Sri Shivaji Education Society, Amravati, and Dr. H.N. Sinha, Arts and Commerce College, Patur. Pleasure to have you, sir. Thank you. Now I request Dr. Chandan Rathod, sir, to proceed further.
Thank you, sir. Now, I request Professor Dr. Prantik Banerjee, sir, to deliver his lecture as a keynote speaker. Over to Dr. Professor Prantik Banerjee, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Let's do a system check. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Also,
audible.
give me the sharing rights of my screen, if
Yes,
that's
sir.
okay.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes, sir. Yes. You are audible, sir, and visible also.
Yeah, so I'll share my screen in a couple of minutes. I've got a few slides to show, right? Right.
Yeah. Yes.
So with the permission of the chairperson, Dr. Nilesh Tare, Chairman of Board of Studies, Amravati University. May I proceed with my talk, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, you can proceed, sir, with your topic.
Fine, right. Seems like an interesting case of migrating mics here.
Yes, yes.
In a sense, National Conference on Diaspora, that is the mobility of people, is kind of signaled by the migrating mics over different heads.
Yeah, yes, sir. It usually happens, sir, when
No.
when something happens online,
I know.
online.
I know. First of all, to begin with, let me quickly express my gratitude to the principal, the management, as well as the organizing committee for having invited me to deliver the keynote address for this conference on diaspora literature. I was listening to this very brief but very fascinating story of Bhausaheb Deshmukh. This is today, I suppose, your national conference gains a lot of significance for your institution as well as for the Shivaji Education Society, because it is commemorative of the 125 years of educational service in memory of Bhausaheb Deshmukh. What was interesting for me is also the migratory route of Shri Deshmukh, that he had done part of his education in London. And what a wonderful story that it is for somebody to come back from London and carry, the torch of learning and disseminating knowledge in Amravati district. And so salute to the legendary figure of Bhausaheb Deshmukh. Friends, there have been in the last 1 or 2 years, I was doing a quick research on the number of conferences on diaspora literature, both in India as well as abroad. Well, it throws up an interesting statistics, and that is, there are about 42 or 43 to last count, including this one, that has taken place in the last 18 months or so, both in an online and offline mode, on the same subject as diaspora literature. So when Principal Kandare sir, invited me to speak on diaspora literature, I thought, what exactly do I bring to this conference? Something that would probably add a new perspective or give a new insight into the field of the much researched field of diaspora literature. And I think I can at the very outset, let you know that my engagement with this topic is going to be very different from the normal keynote addresses, or shall I say the normal deliberations that inform such online academic discussions on diaspora literature. Yes, so I'm not going to be speaking about the writings of Jhumpa Lahiri. No, I'm not going to be talking about the fiction of Kiran Desai or Rohington Mystery or Chitra Devi Karuni, Banerjee. These are you think of these people and these writers who have already, through their writings, and I'm not demeaning them, but I'm saying that they already hold a well-established and prominent figure in our academic discourses, including our MA syllabus. Our MA English paper on diaspora literature has these novels and novels by these prominent Indian diaspora writers already prescribed. What I intend, therefore, to do is to look at the newness or maybe new directions of contemporary Indian diaspora literature. And I can assure you that these new directions, or shall I say these new arrivals and departures in Indian diaspora fiction, or Indian diaspora literature rather, these new arrivals and departures in Indian diaspora literature is a very fascinating one. It's a very fascinating and varied one. And so what I thought was that as a keynote speaker, I'll try to bring to light some very recent narratives about migrant groups who, because of their minority status, are often overlooked. And yet these are migrant groups. These are writings about migrant groups whose social formations, whose professional roles, and the cultural values that are associated with these minority groups are diametrically opposite. And therefore, for me, it is very interesting that when I was researching, that it is for me very interesting to find the literary expressions. What are the kind of literary expressions that try to capture or engage or reflect these new roots of minority migrant groups and their cultural expressions? Because I find that the forms of literary expressions that engage with the migratory paths from what we often call the trajectory of roots, ROOTS, to ROUTS, the trajectory of diaspora writing that tries to capture the path of roots to roots in the case of these two migrant minority groups is something very interesting, because as I shall shortly show to you, they are very discreet, they are very varied, they are very remarkable also in terms of their literary styles, in their literary forms. And therefore, I thought that I will deliver a keynote address where I will focus on these overlooked, not so hidden, but certainly overlooked cultural expressions or literary expressions of these two minority migrant groups, and perhaps open up for discussion and show some new directions, new research directions, new critical investigations in the field of diaspora literature. So at the outset, I say this because I believe that conferences such as yours, as this one, where we are joined by, I can see there are more than 70 participants, and as the inaugurator was mentioning that more than 250 odd participants have joined. So I firmly believe that conferences such as this on diaspora literature or any other subject, must be a meaningful exercise rather than just talking air. Conferences such as this must break new grounds. They must provide new directions to young scholars, young researchers in any field, not just in diaspora studies. But since the focus, the conference theme is on diaspora studies, I will, of course, be dwelling upon this particular area. I feel that such conferences become meaningful when we identify offbeat and recent narratives that dwell on the lives of, as I said, I'm going to be selecting two minority migrant groups. Why? Because they usually don't figure in our academic discourses. And so, importantly, for me, it is important that by spotlighting such overlooked migrant groups, we can, that is you and I and all other research scholars, we can direct our critical investigations in a manner in which diaspora studies, the field of diaspora studies itself, would be dynamic, it would be inclusive, and it would become delimited. And so the purpose of my talk is really to create a fresh critical paradigm with a fresh critical lens, a fresh critical paradigm with its own set of appropriate methodologies and tools in order to make the future study, not just the present study, but the future study of diaspora exciting and challenging. Okay, so having made these opening remarks, let me share my screen. I would like to share a few slides. Do let me know if my slides are visible. Can someone confirm whether my slides are visible? Hello? Organizers, is my slide visible?
Yeah, yes, sir, your slide is visible.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir, new arrivals and departures in
New
Indian
arrivals.
diaspora literature.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Just needed that confirmation. Okay.
Okay.
Just give me a minute.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. All right. So, like I said, the rationale of my talk, why I am going to say what I'm going to say is I've already stated, and it's there on your slide. Basically, like I said, to identify a research gap and keep the field of diaspora studies, especially for young scholars and academicians, something that would be interesting, something that would engage and invite your critical attention. So, for my theoretical framework, the theoretical framework that I choose in order to examine diaspora studies is some of the conceptual terms I've borrowed from Robin Cohen. Now, Robin Cohen, as many of us who are into diaspora studies would know, he's a social scientist and a diaspora expert who specializes in migration studies. And Cohen has written this highly influential, field-altering book in diaspora studies called Global Diaspora, where what I find interesting about the book is the manner in which Robin Cohen has studied the kind of diaspora as a very, very multifarious and complex phenomena. And he has highlighted that when you think of diaspora, when you think of migration, there are different kinds of diasporas. The migration of expatriates, the migration of expellees, the migration of political refugees, alien or immigrants, and ethnic and other racial minorities. And so what Robin Cohen does in this book, Global Diaspora, is to look at each of these groups, many of which are actually minority groups, but each of these groups he argues, has its own has its own distinctive diaspora narrative, because each of it has its own constellation of history, of politics, and cultural and social identities. So what Cohen argues, his central theme in this landmark book, is that in a globalized age, I mean yours and mine, with faster networks of communication and easy mobility, more and more people are migrating internationally and forging trade links, commercial links, building what he calls transnational solidarities, and basically creating a multicultural, pluralistic identities. Not in a seamless way, of course, as we know, because each migratory route, as he argues, and we all know, is attended with its own set of anxieties, its own set of conflicts and tensions, and there are multiple ways, multiple forms of negotiations and contestations of different diasporic groups. So, even a simple Google search today of the word diaspora opens up an extensive list of uh, variant diasporas, signaling the global movements of several trans-ethnic and religious groups. So you can talk about diaspora studies on Sikh diaspora, SIKH, I mean, Sikh diaspora, Ukrainian diaspora. You can talk about a Hindu diaspora. You can talk about a new African, not the older one, not the classical diaspora of the Africans, the transatlantic slavery diaspora, I'm saying, but a new African diaspora. You can also, and there are many, many other such communities. So to understand, basically, therefore, what we need to understand are the often intersecting pathways of these different migrating groups, because they require, within diaspora studies, you and I who are into diaspora studies, we do require alternative taxonomies. As more and more people join migratory routes, reflecting different social, cultural, and professional compulsions or reasons, we need, and within diaspora studies, we need to, in order to understand these varied migratory routes, we need alternative taxonomies. We need fresh theoretical frameworks. We need new methodological tools. So what I mean as an opening statement is to suggest to you that the social and cultural orientations of these diverse diaspora groups, these migrant groups, they are not, they need a new paradigm to analyze them, simply because they are not atypical of the classical diaspora that I was talking about. That is, by that I mean the historical dispersion of the Jews, for instance, or the Armenians, or the African slave trade that took place so many ages back. So the very raison d'être of my talk, the rationale of my talk, is that the narration of these offbeat migratory experiences in fiction and non-fiction, they deserve attention because so far they have not been spotlighted. So far they have not featured prominently in our academic and conference deliberations. And this, I feel, as a hardcore researcher, as a passionate researcher, I think this goes against a very grain of what we understand as good research, simply because, you see, these narratives, the narratives of these minority migratory groups, they capture their lives in such a brilliant way. I'm talking about the new kind of literary writings, which to me appears to be like a bricolage, like a brilliant bricolage of different literary styles, the writing style of history, the writing style of biography, the writing style of autobiography, the writing styles of even journalism and reportage, the writing style of what we call the long form essay, or even, for that matter, post-colonial trauma and testimonial narratives. Now, all of this, I find these new narratives that are emerging within the diverse field of diaspora studies, I find these new narratives to be to be very interesting, simply because the writers seem to combine their impeccable scholarship and deep research with highly inventive narrative styles, narrative techniques, and these are some of the things that I'm going to focus in my talk. All right, let me jump to the first. I said I'm going to focus on two minority migrant groups. Let me take the first one. As you can see on your slide, this one is called the model minority diaspora. I call it the model minority diaspora. It's a term that I have borrowed from what is called, what many Asian American diaspora studies scholars have called the model minority template. They call it the model minority discourse. I'll just explain in a few minutes, but all I want to point out at this moment is that you're looking at a term, model minority diaspora, which is of a new mintage. It's been coined recently. And therefore, notice that the term has two key words that I've been focusing on in my opening remarks. One, that these are narratives. These are narratives that open out the field of diasporic studies by focusing on minority groups. And of course, in this case, it is also called a model minority group. I'll just explain. Okay. Before that, you might have actually guessed, that slide shows, I've put the word heroic within quote, simply because by now you might have guessed that if you look at the figure, the image of, 1 out of 4 doctors in the US is a South Asian American, is either of Indian origin or of other South Asian countries, either of Indian origin or of Vietnamese origin. And that is a very interesting phenomena. This is the migratory route of, I'm talking about doctors, but not all doctors. I'm going to be focusing on Asian American doctors, and that is doctors who have migrated from India, or rather doctors who are Indian in origin. So this immediately, I suppose, shifts, opens up a completely new window into diaspora, what we conventionally or traditionally think diaspora literature or diaspora studies is all about. What you see on your slide, the person holding, the memento is Atul Gawande. Siddharth Mukherjee. He's a doctor by profession. But then before, I come to Siddharth Mukherjee, generally, let me ask a question to you. I mean, have you heard of people, have you heard these names? Atul Gawande, Siddharth Mukherjee, Abraham Verghese, Sandeep Jauhar, Sanjay Gupta, and Prabhajot Singh. Well, I suppose some of you may have. These are names of some top Indian immigrant doctors, top Indian expatriate doctors in America, who have shot to fame, by dint of not only their medical practice, but also unusually by capturing trends. What I am trying to highlight here is an unprecedented cultural phenomena that has shaped not only diaspora writing in America, but also has shaped American health policy in recent times. So I'm talking about this cultural phenomena. If we can isolate it, this cultural phenomena is basically of the Indian expatriate doctor becoming a sort of a literary celebrity in the US. A host of Asian American Indian physicians have, in the last 10, 15 years, have not only written what we call, what might surprise you as, you know, memoirs, fiction, non-fiction, but also winning a clutch of literary prizes, the most prestigious ones. For instance, the gentleman on your screen, Dr. Siddharth Mukherjee, his latest book, the one on the slide, his latest book is a book called The Song of the Cell, and as the subtitle says, an exploration of medicine and the new human. And this has been shortlisted for the prestigious Bailey Gifford Prize of this year, 2024. His previous book, his first book, in fact, The Emperor of All Maladies, its subtitle is very interesting. Of course, his title is also very interesting, but if you want the clue of what the book is all about is in the subtitle. It's a biography of cancer. It's a biography of cancer. So it's therefore called, cancer, Mukherjee calls cancer as the emperor of all maladies. And this book, when it came out it won the Pulitzer Prize. It came out, I think, in 2020, and it won the prestigious Pulitzer Prize in 2021. Well, I'm only highlighting Siddharth Mukherjee's, literary awards only to suggest that his case is not an exception. I mean, there have been several other Indian US physicians who have not only written, but who have been bagging prestigious literary awards and also winning civic recognition in the US because of their literary output. And this, therefore, is an unprecedented cultural phenomena of physicians, of doctors who have sort of migrated from medicine to the field of literature. So, yeah. So can you see the slide which shows some of the trademark features that I have identified in this form of literary writing, which is a form of medical memoir. Do let me know if my slides are moving, please. Well, so are my slides moving? Can you see the slide called Trademark Features of Diaspora Medical Memoir?
Yeah, yes, clear.
Right. Okay. And this is just for the benefit of the participants. I'm just cross-checking with you. Right. So, friends, when I'm talking about this, the writings of the Asian American physicians, a minority migrant group, I can identify immediately for you a few trademark features. Number one, trademark features that are defining diaspora medical memoir as an independent, distinctive subgenre of literary writing within diaspora literature. So what is really a diaspora medical memoir? Let me spell it out for you. Let me define what I mean by that term. Well, so a diaspora medical memoir is, as its name suggests, it's what I call a hybrid genre. It's a type of writing that combines medical knowledge, the specialized knowledge of medicine, its practice, etc., with elements of biography, autobiography, the long essay form, etc., etc. It also, second, if you look at that slide, this again is something very unusual and unique. And therefore, I've chosen to highlight it in today's talk. That it's a diaspora medical memoir, which is predominantly being written, not by white American physicians, but which is being written by South Asian American physicians. But my focus within that South American physicians, my focus is on a minority group within this minority group, that is the Indian American physicians. So diaspora medical memoirs are written, therefore, by also, something very unusual I must point out is that these are written by Indian doctors, immigrant doctors, and who, despite when I was reading about them, who, despite their extremely busy medical practice and administrative roles, they are not just they are not just medical practitioners in super specialty hospitals. Because of their celebrity status, they are holding important administrative positions in fashioning, in directing something as big as the US national health policy. So you can imagine how busy these doctors, these Indian doctors are. But uh, many of them, I found, they have taken creative breaks from their professional practice. They have joined creative writing courses. For instance, both Siddharth Mukherjee and Dr. Abraham Verghese, they have at one time or the other, they have enrolled in the very famous Iowa creative writing program. I'll come to that, why this is an important part of their life. Of course, its immediate reflection is found that the medical memoirs, the illness narratives that they are writing have been, they brilliantly appropriate and employ what we know as the familiar tropes of diasporic biography or diasporic autobiography. And my contention, therefore, is my thesis really is to show to you that how they are creating, how these new migrant minority groups are creating new kind of narratives, a subgenre of of illness narratives, which are ideally suited to meet the interests of not the medical community, not their own specialized community, but meet the readerly expectations of a lay audience. Now, this is again a very interesting thing. These are doctors who are writing not for people from the medicine fraternity, but writing for people like you and me. Well, we may not actually call ourselves lay readership, because our purpose is to find out the critical interventions, the many ways in which we can critically interrogate and analyze this new kind of writing that has emerged in the last decade or so, what I have been calling as the diaspora medical memoir. Well, I also choose to talk about this because, in my own study of medical memoirs, I found an interesting bit of history, or shall I call it a travesty of history, or history turning its back on something that you could call colonial or imperial history. This is part of why I have been saying that the new writings of Indian diasporic doctors is a notable cultural phenomenon. I have already said that many diaspora study commentators have said that there is a kind of a deification of the medical literary celebrity. Our Pravasi doctors are all over the medical, not just the medical, but also the literary and cultural landscape of the US. So there is a deification of medical literary celebrity. Organizers, I can hear my own voice resonating, and I think that is creating a problem here. There is an echo of my own voice, and I think you need to mute everything so that participants on this platform can hear me clearly. Yeah, I think this is better. Yeah. So I was talking about the history that when you place Asian American medical memoir
Sir,
in its historical
we will
context.
handle, sir, properly.
No, it's fine. Now it's fine.
Okay, sir, we will handle properly.
Yeah,
now
yeah.
It's fine. Okay, sir, please
This
continue.
is fine. Right.
Okay.
So prior to 1965, you see, 1965 is a kind of a landmark date in the history of the migration of Asians, of South Asian people to America. Because prior to 1965, the US had a highly racist immigration law that sort of restricted the entry of Asian migrants, including Indian and Vietnamese and Chinese people. This rather exclusionary act or law prevented Asians from entering Asian migrants, or rather the US, as they were supposed to, notice the racist thing, as they were supposed to bring in physical and moral contamination. I mean, this is something that we have also witnessed during the pandemic, of the EU countries sealing of national borders, right? So it's not really, so history has its own way of repeating its biases, racial biases and prejudices. However, if post 1965, when there was something that changed in the American policy of allowing more and more migrants from Asian and South Asian countries to come to the US of A. Post 1965, America was in desperate need for doctors and nurses. And so, when they opened up, you could say that a new law, they made changes in their new law, which sort of opened up the borders. And what followed were waves of Indian immigrants. But more importantly for us, in the context in which I'm talking, more importantly for us, in the first wave of Indian immigrants in 1966, 67, 68, you'll be surprised to know, and this is what research brings out, that nearly half of Indians who migrated to the US were doctors. They were doctors. Why? Because America needed doctors. And so with the passage of time, since the mid-1960s, with the passage of time, more and more Indian doctors have migrated. More and more medical students also have migrated, as we all know. And they have come to play a rather outsized influence on American health and American health policies. So in a sense, a sick America has come to be dependent on more and more on South Asian immigrant physicians, and physicians who have turned their experiences into illness narratives, and within illness narratives, medical memoirs. So I am tempted, friends, to call this diasporic, this migratory and cultural and medical trend as the empire writes back. The empire heals back. The empire heals back. And those of you who are into post-colonial studies would obviously, would immediately recognize that I am signaling the title from Bill Ashcroft's felicitous phrase, the book called The Empire Writes Back. So, the central idea of my talk really is to argue that, when you look at the illness narratives written by Indian immigrant doctors over the last decade or so, as a whole, there appears to be a phenomenon which kind of reverses the Western imperial gaze. Now, we all know those of us who have read post-colonial studies, who are into post-colonial studies, well, there is a colonial history of medicine itself. And we know that when I'm talking about the Western imperial or imperial medical case, I'm talking about how Western countries, beginning from the beginning of the 19th to the mid-20th centuries, they have usually looked at colonized peoples as subjects fit for medical research, subjects fit for medical classification, subjects fit for medical experimentation. Now, this recent phenomena of Asian American immigrant doctors, Indian immigrant doctors writing medical memoirs on healing and curing a sick America is, interestingly for me, is a kind of what I may claim is a kind of a reversal of this imperial gaze. But it's not about, it is Indian doctors healing sick America. It is about brown doctors healing white Americans, majority white Americans, without any racial inflection. Something that I call something, I'm drawing your attention to this singular fact that this is a process that is free of the prejudices of the Western, what we know as the Western imperial gaze or the Western imperial histories, particularly of the 19th and early 20th century. And there has been so many landmark works already, studies on the history of colonial medicine. All right. So my thesis really is that that the diaspora medical memoirs, what I call the diaspora medical memoirs, taken collectively, is a body of emerging work that makes right the historical wrongs of racist imperial medicine with a post-colonial salve. I'll repeat, because this is an important argument of my talk. That my thesis is that the diaspora medical memoirs of Indian doctors, when you look at their works together, it's not a deliberate, but I'm saying as a critical inquiry, one is led to surmise that it sort of makes right the historical wrongs of racist imperial medicine with what I call an unretributive post-colonial South. So who are these, Indian American physicians? Well, these are some of the works and their authors. I've already talked about Atul Gawande and Siddharth Mukherjee, but for the benefit of our participants, these are some selected works that my slide shows. Gawande, as I said, I should mention Atul Gawande in particular because he was the man who was put in charge of what was it called, CDS, during the pandemic in America. When America went into lockdown, he along with a team of Indian American doctors were primarily responsible for saving America from coronavirus. So he is, of course, a general surgeon in the US, but he is a regular contributor. I was talking about this, oversized influence that Asian American and Indian doctors have had on the public imagination. Well, primarily because of the frequency and the regularity of their opinion pieces, that they publish in magazines such as journals and magazines such as the New Yorker, the New York Times, the Granta magazine. And notice that these are not medical specific journals. So his, what you see, Being Mortal, this particular book was in the New York Times bestseller for 27 weeks. That shows the kind of reception that ordinary readers, American readers, have given to this book and the book's popularity. Well, I mentioned Siddharth Mukherjee. Well, he studied at Stanford, all the Ivy League universities. He did his MD from Harvard University, and he, along with Atul Gawande, is regarded as having had a profound impact on America's public discourse on health. All right, I will, So why should we be studying? Why should we be studying the writings of Indian doctors in America? How does it qualify to be called a literary subgenre of within diaspora literature? Well, my claim is and this is what my thesis again is to show you precisely that when we are talking about diasporic narratives, well, this is an emerging field. It's relatively new. It is not very much in our academic discourse, and primarily, therefore, I feel I would encourage young researchers and young scholars, to take up this field. It's very, very fascinating and, of course, complex. So there is what we call the desifying, Indian American doctors doing what I just said are doing, and they are desifying the American healthcare system. So the public face of US medicine has decidedly become very, very Indian, or, well, South Asian. Okay. There are some interesting questions or considerations. This is for young scholars some of the points to ponder upon, some of the points that I thought I'll open up for discussion maybe later on at the end of my talk. So they're there on your slide. Take a minute to go through them. There, the boom, the so-called, literally there is a boom in the publication of what we call the medical memoir writing by Asian American physicians, and Indian American doctors are also very much, in fact, they are the front runners. They are the pioneers of this medical memoir genre. So it is from the point of view of our critical inquiry, it is interesting to ask, what does it mean when an Indian doctor stands as the face of US modern medicine? And how is he even a teller of stories of illness, medical care, patient support, and medical ethics? How, whether you read Atul Gawande, Siddharth Mukherjee, Paul Kalanithi, and many other writers that I have mentioned on the slide, what is remarkable for me are the kind of, they are remarkable storytellers, without filling their storytelling with the technologies of medicine. I mean, something that can actually balk you as a reader, that saying that, well, I mean, this book is only for those who are in medicine, and therefore it's not meant for me. Or it's not meant for, how can it also be called diaspora literature for that matter? But that is precisely my argument, that to show you or to convince you that, when you read their books, mostly in the form of illness narratives, in the form of memoirs, what is remarkable is that they are storytellers of what? Storytellers that bring out the courage. They're kind of what I call autopathographies. These are stories that have been written, some of them written by Indian doctors who themselves have lost their lives to terminal illnesses, deadly terminal illnesses like cancer. So these are remarkable stories of courage, of endurance, of compassion in the face of illness, which also turns the banality, or rather the medical banality of illness, into the aesthetics of art. This is something very, very fascinating. And so what happens when we sort of collate, when we aggregate the treatment of illness to describe the condition of Asian American physicians, to describe the very, very, this small migrant minority group of Indian doctors in the US. There is a sort of an ideology of Asian ableness, which undergirds the narratives that these physicians are writing about illness, about care, about cure, about treatment. A narrative, what I just said, an ideology of ableism. But I'll come to that a little later. So, what is most remarkable in my own study of diaspora medical memoir is how these Indian, or rather South Asian American physicians, how wonderfully they marry their medical authority, what I just said, medical authority, they marry their medical authority with the post-colonial salve of South Asian literary cultural tradition. So just to repeat what I said a few moments back, studying these medical memoirs, there is a remarkable reverse cultural phenomena. You might call a reverse, colonization, a medical colonization, a reverse medical colonization, where the brown man, that is doctors of Indian origin, are curing a sick US white majority public. But however, in a very, not without, as I said, not with a retributive agenda. They are doing it in the best possible manner, in a benign, humane way. And therefore, I said, the empire heals back. So, to give you one example, I think I'm going to skip. Yeah, sorry. I did say that I'm going to be talking about the model minority. If you look at, therefore, their writings, the writings of Indian diaspora, Indian immigrant doctors collectively, it is symptomatic of what Asian American diasporic study commentators, experts have called the model minority template. The model minority template. Once again, friends, what do we mean by the model minority template? Well, studies have shown, a phenomenal success rate of those who want to become doctors, or those who want to study and pursue and become doctors. Those meaning people, our own, so many of our young children go to the US. So Indians, I'm talking about Indians, Chinese, and Vietnamese people who go to the US, and they're remarkable success stories which sort of, exemplifies their brilliance both in the medical classroom as medicine students, as well as their exceptional professionalism in the hospital workplaces where they are in charge. So the model minority physician, is kind of become, there is a kind of a perception that the model minority physician represents a particular template. What do I mean by a template? A particular set of values that we can attribute to this minority group within the larger Asian American community. So what kind of qualities or attributes? Well, for example, they all seem to come from extremely successful, a family of extremely successful immigrant parents. So the parents are successful. Children, whether they are second generation, third generation, fourth generation, well, they are extremely high achievers. So parents are successful. I'm talking about Asian American parents. So Asian American doctor parents are successful. Their children who are studying medicine are all high achievers. And in a sense, they accomplish what a large proportion of the American white majority can. The realization of what we have studied in American literature as the great American dream. So it's interesting to bring in our discussions of, let us say, a Steinbeck, a John Steinbeck, or an Arthur Miller in the American literature classroom, and to contrast it to a very, very recent phenomena where more Asian American physicians are sort of realizing the great American dream than the American white majority themselves, the Caucasians. So typically what you see is, on the slide, how do we describe the model minority template? Well, young Asian Americans, as the bullet point says, young Asian, it's actually a quote. It's a quote from a book called Pedagogies of Woundedness by a medical commentator, an Asian American medical commentator, theorist. So he says that young Asian American intern, who toils away in dissection, goes through anatomy and physiology books, memorizes pathologies and diagnoses, and deprives herself or himself of sleep and pleasure, and sacrifices her sexual and social life for the sake of her vocation. I mean, you and I may also know, or our own children may have gone, your own children may have gone to America and now are successful practicing doctors. So it's not something that we are not familiar with. It's happening in our own homes. This huge cultural phenomena of our own children or grandchildren moving to America and adding to the Asian American model minority group. All, whether it is the IT people or Indian IT groups, experts, or the medical experts who are migrating to the USA, are exceptional success stories. So in a way, they are the ones who best represent, the realization or the fulfillment of what we call the great American dream. something that has been the template by which, the trope by which we have often studied and taught the American literature. Anyway, so yeah, I'll give you one example, one specific example. I'll come to that a little. Yeah. One specific example, and that is of Abraham Verghese. Abraham Verghese, his life and his work, his writings may be considered to be the prototype of this template of the model minority South Asian American physician that I was talking about, that I was highlighting. Verghese's book, My Own Country, what you see on the slide, My Own Country. The subtitle gives you a clue to what the book is all about. A doctor's story of a town and its people in the age of AIDS. One might immediately see in the title two things. One, it's not any doctor. It's not a white American doctor. It's an Indian immigrant doctor. And the title, My Own Country, once again signals a characteristic feature of all diasporic literature, and that is for the expatriate or the immigrant writer desperately, or rather desiring to be both adoptive of the host country as well as adopted by the host country. So here is Abraham Verghese, a South Indian American doctor, American immigrant doctor, who in the very title of his book is signaling to us what is a characteristic feature of diasporic literature, that is the desire of assimilation, the desire of adoption and assimilation. Okay, coming to his book, the book is an extremely moving account of how Abraham Verghese, how he finds himself in the U.S. In fact, not just in the U.S., in the back country of the U.S., southern U.S., in Tennessee, in a small town called Richardson, I think, or Richardson it is, in Tennessee. What is remarkable reading My Own Country is that we get to know that he tells us that he happens to be the only Indian doctor, the only doctor rather, who is enrolled by the American health system to treat scores of AIDS patients. You see, we must remember, there's a bit of historical context that I will briefly touch upon, that in the 1980s, some of you may know that the whole of America was under the grip of another virulent disease, AIDS. In fact, AIDS, AIDS, came into the medical dictionary, came into the dictionary of medical science as well as our commonplace knowledge, because it struck America hard. It hit America hard during the 1980s. And well, there have been some exceptional books written on AIDS, and not just in terms of its epidemiological origins, but also in terms of the social stigma and the racial discrimination that followed in America. One is reminded of Susan Sondag's Illness as Metaphor, and then the next book, AIDS as Metaphor. So, well, coming back to Verghese in My Own Country, narrates his experiences as an Indian medical practitioner in a country hospital in which was getting suddenly it seemed to be getting more and more AIDS patients, white patients who were like returning. Like the return of the natives, they were returning sons, white American workers, office goers who were returning to this small town because there was nobody, who were returning infected by AIDS, because they mostly were gays, GAYS, and they were returning because there was nobody to take care of them in their workplace cities. And it was Abraham Varghese who was given the responsibility of curing them, or even trying to understand what this new disease was all about. Forget about curing. So his story is about, you know, uh, about a small city whose own departed sons, that is the mostly white adult males, whose departed sons were returning one by one sick with an infection that even the medical professionals of that small town of just 50,000 population or so had assumed would never hit close home. Because while most of it was taking place in big towns, or rather in big cities in America. And yet, Burgess was witness, not just witness, but he was called upon as a doctor to discharge his medical duty. So, there is a bit of irony in this, because, here is an Indian doctor who, seeking a better life, or shall I say a secure and successful life in the American South, finds himself treating some of the sons of that South country who fled and who were now returning, searching for what? Searching for care, safety, and security, and also fleeing from the social stigma and the social ostracization because of AIDS. So, in this book, My Own Country, let me move the slide and show you what he writes. Here are two passages from the book. It says he's talking about his AIDS, the white AIDS patients who he was trying to, well, ease them into their last stages, ease them through the last stages of this deadly disease. So he says, he writes, the anecdotes they told me lingered in my mind and became the way I identified them. Most of these stories, meaning white patients, many of them who were gay, who were telling him about his experiences. So some I recorded in a journal that I kept faithfully, and that became very important to me as time went on. Why, first of all, here was Abraham Verghese keeping a meticulous and a very detailed entry in a journal. It was more in the form of an expert doctor trying to understand a mysterious disease and such a virulent disease as AIDS. And so he was making his entries in a medical journal, or rather in a medical diary, which he wanted to turn it into a paper, into a research paper. He wanted to turn it into a research paper for publication in a medical journal. But then he decided otherwise. Why? Because and this is what he says, that it lingered in my mind and became the way I identified them. He wanted to turn these stories, these heart-rending stories of white and some white gay victims of AIDS, into larger narratives, not just expert medical articles, but narratives that would reach out to the whole American public for them to understand, and also turn their prejudiced mentality against AIDS victims, or rather against gays. So it is, paradoxically, therefore, it is in his writings, it is precisely the role that Verghese played as an outsider, in an outsider position. The minute we think about diaspora literature, we are thinking of a very, very common trope of the outsider versus the insider. So it is precisely, Verghese says that it was precisely because he was an outsider, as an immigrant in this Tennessee rural town, that gave him, that made his patients, his white patients, primarily white patients, to confide and confess to him, rather than to other white people. So he says, the greatest strength that I find in Verghese's My Own Country, which is an example that I I have cited for you as an example of what? Of Diaspora Medical Memoir. The greatest strength of this eloquently written book is, his ability to weave together so many complex strands. You can read the book at once as the untold story of AIDS in America. You can read the story as the story of American South, which is with its own set of racial and cultural prejudices. You can read the story as the story of a modern day immigrant experience. You can read this story as the story of a personal journey of an Indian doctor. And so there are so many narratives within narratives. And Varghese is able to illuminate a number of landscapes here with a writing style that I find is absolutely lyrical, almost poetic. Um, yeah, and also what comes out is his great affection and sensitivity for not just for the AIDS, for the gay AIDS patients of his, but also something, his ability to humanely, let me say, connect with the patient and staff, the staff also of this hospital. So this is an example of how within diasporic migrant minority literature, a book such as this shows us, how a writer such as Abraham Burgess is able to deftly maneuver between the stereotypical opposition of the outsider versus the insider, and how he's able to write these stories and bring it to the public domain, to the public purview. So I see that my own country is a kind of a testament of new migrant diaspora writing. It's a fine specimen of an outsider's poignant tale about a deadly disease that was swiping through the heart of rural, not just rural, but rural and urban America. And for me personally, when I read my own country, this is again, it's a very, very interesting phenomena where an Indian American physician is combining the intimate subjectivity, the confessional tone, or rather the confidential tone, with the narrative, with the narrative tropes of autobiography, with the narrative tropes of autobiography, in order to bring forth to you a new subgenre, which I've been calling the diasporic medical memoir. So I kind of looking at the time. How much time do we have? Organizers, how much time do we have? Should I wind up? Well, there are a few more examples, but I suppose we don't really have the time. Yeah. Yes.
10 minutes.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
10 to 15 minutes.
All right, but I would rather have spare some time for interaction with the participants. So let me make some few closing remarks. Closing remarks on the subject of my talk that I've been holding forth. Now it's almost an hour, more than an hour rather. My final comments, you see, is when you're looking at diaspora medical memoirs, we are looking at, well, I didn't really touch upon the second migrant group, but maybe we'll have it for another conference, another online conference on new arrivals and departures on diaspora literature. What I find, is also that writings by people like Indian doctors like Siddharth Mukherjee or Atul Gawande or Paul Kalanithi, and of course Abraham Burgess, To me, these are not just literary writings; they are politically charged. Politically charged with a very clearly discernible pattern of what I can call the deterritorialized sociality of enfranchised people. You see, these migrant minority people, unlike, let us say, other migrant minorities who seem to be disempowered, who are disempowered, not seem, but who are often disempowered and disenfranchised. We are talking about a migrant group and their writings who, as I have pointed out, are holding very, very elite positions within American society. They may be in a minority, but they are holding now, because of their professional expertise, and the public perception or the celebrity status, they are holding extremely elite and privileged positions. And so, how so in a sense, South Asian American doctors in general and Indian American doctors in particular, they have a social and a cultural standing in their host land, which give them the autonomy as well as the authority to write about their journey, their medical journeys, um, their wars and their battles with deadly diseases such as cancer and AIDS and etc. etc. And that, to me, is again is what makes our critical inquiry into their writings very, very fascinating. So I would say that to look at the memoir, you think of the memoir and you think of the historical memoir. But what these doctors have done through their migration, uh, not just literal migration, not only because of the fact that they have migrated, that they were of Indian origin and they migrated to the US, but also because of the migration that they have undertaken from the field of medicine to the field of literature, has remolded or recasted the memoir, the historical memoir or the political memoir, and given it what I call the medical memoir. So I, there is one.
Yes, sir.
One little. Do we see some research possibilities here? I have, I think, touched upon several areas, several
Yes. Yes,
ways
sir.
of.
You have dealt with various aspects of the topic.
And if one, I can't help myself. A book's selfie,
Sir,
if you see
sir.
that. This is a book on a handbook of research in English. It was published last year by Macmillan. So those of you who want to know more about these emerging trends in research and how to do research in the field of English language and English studies, do give the book a read, and I'm sure you will find it useful. And well, I think this is all that I had to say, but I would love to have some interaction with the nearly 260 migrating participants on this platform of Zoom. Thank you so much.
Okay, sir. You have delivered such a very scholarly lecture as keynote speaker, and you have explained various aspects of the topic, and really you have done justice with your keynote address.
Thank you so much. But if there are, I would welcome some questions from.
Sir, questions. I think questions I come with the participants. No, sir. I think participants are not going to ask any questions, I think.
All right. Well, let
Okay,
it be
sir.
so.
Thank you,
You
sir.
can, wind up by giving the formal vote of thanks, I suppose.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. On behalf of the organizers, we are very much thankful to you for delivering a keynote address. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir, for delivering keynote address.
Thank you.
Now, friends, second technical session is going to be started. Dr. M. Palanisamy. Sir, have you joined?
अरे सर
Sir, Nilesh Tare, sir.
अरे सर join है.
Tare, sir, are you ready to deliver presidential speech of this session? Dr. Nilesh Tare, sir, are you ready to sum up the first technical session?
हो पहिले इंट्रोडक्शन द्या ना.
Dr. Nilesh Tare, sir, is chairman board of studies in English.
केलं 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 केलं.
Dr. Nilesh Tare sir, is going to deliver presidential speech, and I will introduce in short Dr. Nilesh Tare sir. He is chairman board of studies in English, Sant Gadge Baba, Amravati University, Amravati, Maharashtra. Dr. Nilesh Tare sir.
Yes, am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Continue, sir.
Okay.
Okay, proceed, sir. Okay.
Okay. So, the organizer of this conference, Honorable
Alice. Okay, sir. Okay.
Honorable Principal Dr.
Full screen.
Kiran Khandare, sir, and the head of Postgraduate Department of English, Dr. Sandeep Joshi, sir,
व्हिडिओ चालू करा मला.
and
हे करतो सर.
the keynote and the person who has delivered keynote address, who is very famous personality in literature, Honorable Professor Dr. Prantik Banerjee, sir. Good afternoon to you all. The diasporic literature is a very vast concept and umbrella term that includes in it all those literary works written by authors So shall I continue?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can continue, sir.
Yeah, the diasporic literature is a vast concept and an umbrella term that includes in it all those literary works written by authors who are living outside their native country. But these works are associated with native culture and background. Indian diaspora today is the second largest in the world after that of the Chinese. Over 26 million Indians are in diasporic locations today in over 100 countries. Colonial and post-colonial diasporas have produced ample literature. The literary manifestations have been an attempt by the diasporics to understand themselves and also project themselves to the world. As diasporics, either colonial or post-colonial, they have faced discrimination and loss of self in their new homelands and seek to retrieve both by the act of writing. Today, a lot of research is being done on the diasporic writing. Today's keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Prantik Banerjee, has given us knowledge not about Indian diaspora, but diasporic writers of the whole world. He has also discussed some contemporary writers. His keynote address will be immensely helpful for the research scholars and professors of English literature. He has enlightened us by his scholarly lecture. I am grateful to him for his valuable guidance. I am thankful to Principal Dr. Kiran Khandare sir and Dr. Sandeep Joshi sir for organizing the conference and inviting me for this session. I am also thankful to all the participants for making this conference a great success. Thank you.
बोला.
Now, on behalf of the organizers, I am thankful to Dr. Nilesh Thare sir for delivering presidential speech of the first technical session. Now, I invite Professor Solanke sir to introduce our resource person of the second technical session, Dr. M. Palaniswamy, and I request Honorable Principal Sir to preside over this second technical session. I invite Solanke Sir to introduce Dr. M. Palaniswamy.
Okay. Good afternoon once again. After having the fruitful and refreshing session of Dr. Prantik Banerjee, sir, next session we will have Dr. M. Palaniswamy, sir, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Kanchi Mamunivar Government Institute for Postgraduate Studies and Research, Pondicherry. I am delighted to introduce that till date he published 3 books and 7 chapters. 24 MPhil students completed their degree under his guidance, and 2 PhD students, they have been awarded a PhD degree. 9 students are pursuing their degrees. He has been a member of Board of Studies and the chairman of Board of Studies. He acted as a member of College Development Council and All India Radio. He delivered various speeches at university and colleges. Gentlemen, wholeheartedly I welcome you on the behalf of Sri Shivaji Education Society Amravati and Dr. H.N. Sinha Arts and Commerce College, Patur. Pleasure to have you, sir. Now I request Dr. Chandan Rathod, sir, to proceed ahead.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. M. Palaniswamy sir, Pondicherry University, Puducherry, to deliver his speech as a resource person.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
I feel delighted and deem it to be a great pleasure to be a part of this on a national seminar on diaspora. At the outset, I'd like to congratulate the organizers of this various academic events. I personally thank our professor, the organizer, and our colleagues in the Department of English and participants from various universities, colleges, and research institutions. My dear research scholars who have joined and students, friends, wish you all a very good afternoon. It's high time to think about the very serious deliberation on diaspora. Well, diaspora has been defined by many scholars in various modes, and I like to share the screen. Can just a minute, I seek my scholar. Screen share. Yes, that one.
Hello, sir. What
Yeah.
happened?
Sharing the screen. Is it visible?
Yes, sir. Visible. No, sir. Not visible yet.
Screen share.
Screen has started. Yes, sir. Your screen is visible.
Okay. So diaspora, our deconstructionist stance is going to be the topic for my deliberation. You know, many scholars have discussed diaspora in various terms and definitions. Etymologically speaking and epistemologically speaking, diaspora is a very big term, an umbrella term to be discussed in various aspects. We cannot talk about diaspora only as the settlement after migration or disbursement. Beyond disbursement and settlement or migration, diaspora has got some other serious connotations. No terms like diaspora, hybridity, post-colonialism appear in the writings of Omike Baba. See, in 1901, the Jews were dispersed from Israel to Babylonia, and that is the first instance of diaspora. Migration takes place due to many reasons. People migrate for want of food, labor migration. People are forced to migrate, and due to natural calamity, migration takes place. And due to the war pandemic, migration takes place. So people migrate to different parts of the globe for various reasons. So these have been criticized with many overtones, and critics argue, but they ignore the sufferings of the underprivileged and do not pay sufficient attention to the historical, geographical, and political context. That's what I personally feel. You know, India is a very big nation with a multilingual context, multicultural context, and these multicultural, multilingual contexts undergo transcultural, translingual experiences. So with this kind of transcultural experience or multilingual experience, there is a ascertained sense of diaspora in the people within the nation. You know, if you look at the word Indian diaspora, word in the diaspora, the largest Indian diaspora is in the US. 1% of total US population. Mexico has got the second largest diaspora population, and at 12 million, and third is there in the Russia and China. Okay, so these are some statistical data, but we would like to think about the interpolations hidden, connotated, hidden or deeply rooted in the word diaspora. Edward Sayed, the voluminous writer known for his Orientalism, Homike Baba, Gayatri Chakravarti Spivak, Stuart Hall, Paul Glary, James Clifford, and others have vitalized the word diaspora and the area discipline diaspora studies, challenging the ways of thinking beyond the confines of the nation state. You know, Homike Baba in his essay, Nation and Narration, a very beautiful essay, Nation and Narration. In that essay, Homike Baba begins, nations like narrations lose their origins in the midst of time. I repeat, nations like narrations lose their origins in the midst of time. He calls a nation a myth. A nation itself is a myth. Narrative is another myth. And every political move is only a mythical process. So it is a process of problematizing, politicizing, and constructing, and formulating, and marketing in the among the people. So every idea is marketed, every idea is floated, and every idea is germinated, doubled, and multiplied. So diaspora also, no, is not, it doesn't simply refer to the migrations and the related problems. Diaspora doesn't alone refer to the people's problem and who are living in a foreign nation, leaving their homeland. And diaspora is not just the problem of the people enjoying the labeled identity. By labeled identity, I mean, people go to America and you are neither Indian nor American. A label is given to you, that is Indo-American. Hyphenated identity is given. And Singaporean American, Malaysian American. When people go to another country, they are neither Indians, neither Singaporeans, neither Malaysians, nor Americans. They are given a label as Indo-American, Afro-American, like that. So this labeled identity is what is understood by scholars as diaspora. But my concern is here to discuss the word from the deconstructionist standpoints. So the academic opinion of the word diaspora makes us feel compromised with the definition that the diaspora is the longing, sensibility, disconnectedness of the people who have migrated and who settled down in a foreign land, forgetting and longing for their homeland. Academic definition. But thanks to Derrida, now he introduces two words in his essay: structure, sign, and play in the discourse of human sciences. Structure, sign, and play in the discourse of human sciences. In that essay, he introduces two beautiful words. They are rupturing and redoubling. Very important word, no? Rupturing and redoubling. Every episteme undergoes rupture and every episteme gets redoubled. Every idea is construed, and transmitted. So the construction, transmission, these three undergo a very serious political process called rupturing and redoubling. Then he talks about the system, right, and the structure. When Derrida speaks about structure and the system, he calls substructures create the structure, and there is no center. Margins create the center, and therefore he comes to the conclusion that a system is never single. A system is a system of system. A system is a system of system, and therefore diaspora is not single. Diaspora is a diaspora of diaspora. How and why? Where? That is our concern today. So diaspora is primarily understood as the problem of the migrants. But at the bottom of the episteme, if you look at the diaspora, it's highly painful, right? With regard to the underprivileged, downtrodden, marginalized, decentralized, cornered, ignored, secluded sections in this society in India, or in any country for that matter. Some assumptions are there. We will look at some of the assumptions before I go to the deconstructionist standpoint, with the help of by referring to Homike Baba, Derrida, and Michel Foucault. I like to throw some assumptions being floated among the reading public, among the scholars, among the researchers. Some are there. So to look at to point out the group, the diaspora, the research groups, the diasporic researchers, the group maintains a myth or collective memory of their homeland, the diasporans. And the diasporans also regard their ancestral homeland as their they eventually wish to return. The diasporans subsequently want to return. They are committed to the restoration or maintenance of that homeland. And the diasporans relate personally and vicariously. The homeland shapes their identity. These are some assumptions about the problems of diaspora. So there are some theories, and they are Brubaker and Nyman. The scholars maintain a very strong term, introduce a strong hyper-canonization. So the word diaspora now undergoes hyper-canonization. The African and Caribbean writers are mostly most likely to be represented through the influence of diaspora theory. Is shown in the increased representation of contemporary transcultural writing. So, Brubaker, most early discussions of diaspora were firmly rooted in a conceptual homeland. So, he ascertains that most of the discussions of diaspora were firmly rooted in the conceptual homeland. One goes away from the homeland, then he is afflicted with the problem of diaspora. If one is migrating himself on his own, or one is migrated by force, either this way or that way, someone is inflicted with the disease or the illness, the problem called diaspora. This is the earlier discussion, constitution. So professional communities today, and they no longer work in their homeland. They work in different places. They can also be considered as diasporans, and their problem is diasporic. And another popular theorist, right, Kashik Tolain, right, he argues that the media have used the term corporate diaspora in rather arbitrary and inaccurate fashion. For example, as applied to mid-level, mid-career executives who have been forced to find new places at a time of corporate upheaval. You know, diaspora, the problem of diaspora took place in various forms. In 1600, the Europeans invaded India in the name of business and started establishing the East Indian Company and marketed their ideologies. In 1600, the Europeans invaded India. They established East Indian companies. Then the colonial goods, colonial ideas, colonial theories, colonial academics were marketed in colonies like India, and India was one of the colonies. So the ideas were marketed, and for that they used the Indians as their agents. Indian agents are the Aryans as their agents, and other tribes are their agents. So the colonial idealism or the Eurocentric values or Eurocentricity, right? These were marketed in the name of East Indian Company, and that is a business, that was a kind of corporate system. So corporate system is not just new in India. The corporate system was established in India at the entry of the Europeans into a colony like India. Therefore, diaspora is not the later problem. Diaspora started a long time back, even before they arrived, even before they came to India. You know, one of the writers, a Sri Lankan writer, is writing a poem. It's very painful to read the poem. My father in Sri Lanka and my mother in Tamil Nadu. My sister is in France. Relatives are in Frankfurt. I am like a camel in Oslo. I am like a camel wandering in Oslo. So this is this migration, displacement is what is called diaspora, we think. And but before that, dear friends, dear scholars, dear professors, I want you to all think about a particular point. The point is very simple. If you ask you one question, what is meaning? You all will start coming out with the different definitions for meaning, like meaning is a definition, meaning is a demonstration, meaning is an exemplified, meaning is a kind of justification, meaning is what is it denotes, what it connotes. That's what you say, right? You know, if you look at I.A. Richards' 4 kinds of meaning, he talks about sense, feeling, tone, and intonation. Okay. But when he goes to the final definition of meaning, he safely concludes the essay like this: a meaning is nothing but a meaning of a meaning. And if you go to meaning of literary idea by Lionel Trilling or Sense of the Past, Clinton Brooks, right? If you go to understand the meaning, they say that the meaning of literary idea is nothing but what it means. The meaning of literary idea is nothing but what it means. That's what they say. So there is no fixity for meaning. And in Roland Barthes, another post-structuralist theorist, Roland Barthes' death of the author. No, he says that there is no authorial, there is no authorial presence in any text. The author is dead when the text is produced. There is no linguistic or presence of the author. So what I am coming to say here is the meaning for a particular word as diaspora is not fixed only to the national or the international level level of migration. Apart from migration, how diaspora is within one particular country. That's what we are going to say. There are minorities, there are marginalized groups, there are labor communities, and there are downtrodden people. There are hundreds and hundreds of Indians in India who are homeless in their homeland. Statistical data say that there are around more than 82 villages in India where there is no Aadhaar center, where there are no, the people say that there are no voter ID cards, and they are not recognized as the part and parcel of India. They are not recognized as citizens of India. Still, many tribal communities are living in India as Indians, right? And they are as settlers, right? And how can we call them? So the homeless people in their own homeland are the real diasporans. So the diaspora is interrelated. It is interdiaspora. So within the nation, there is diaspora. Within a community, there is diasporic sensibility. Within a caste system, there is diasporic sensibility. Within one religion, there is diasporic sensibility. And Hinduism is single. Christianity is single. Islam is single. That's what we think so. No. If you go deep into the religion, there are subsections, multiple compartments, where one particular compartment does not allow the other compartment. One particular compartment in Hinduism claims to be at the top of the ladder. The other one is at the bottom. The other one is at below that. Like that, according to the Varnashram system, according to Varnashram Dharma, Varna system, the religions claim priority, claim superiority one over the other at the cost of the other, and these are all can be defined. I have mentioned in all these in the other slides to come. The scholars may note down those terms for your research purpose. I have termed very seriously, and the religious aspect of diaspora, cultural aspect of diaspora, economic aspect of diaspora, political aspect of diaspora, and all these different aspects of diaspora can be very well explored within the Indian context. So, and for that purpose, I have listed some of the forms, some of the nuances, or some of the different colors of diaspora. Michel Foucault, in one of his books, Archaeology of Knowledge, I think. Yeah, I'm sure. Archaeology of Knowledge. Michel Foucault, in his book, Archaeology of Knowledge, has written 2 chapters. So scholars, if you find time, you can just please go through the 2 chapters. Formation of concepts, strategies of formation. Formation of concept, strategies of formation. In the formation of concepts, he introduces a very powerful tool which he calls 4 schemata of knowledge. 4 schemata of knowledge. In his book, Archaeology of Knowledge, there is a chapter, Formation of Concepts, and in the chapter, he introduces 4 schemata of knowledge. I tell you the 4 strong words he recommends. If we understand these 4 words, we will certainly understand the different corners of diaspora. Different corners, different colors of diaspora, which we are experiencing in our neighborhood, in our academia, in our school of management, in our school of humanities, in our school of arts and sciences. Within, amongst ourselves, the diasporic experience can be identified, recognized, and solved, resorted. So For that, he introduces four words in the four schemata of knowledge. And what are the four words? Articulation, attribution, designation, derivation. A word is articulated, the articulation is colored, that is attributed, the attribution is designation, that is named, then it is finally derivated, different kinds of derivations. A particular in the formation of concept, an idea is conceived by the mainstream religion, and the idea is consumed, constructed, then distributed. That becomes a popular, mainstream, ruling, an imperial idea. So that becomes a very dominating force. That becomes a dominating idea. And in the four schemata of knowledge, he talks about articulation, attribution, designation, and derivation. And if you look at diaspora from this perspective, as a deconstructionist perspective, if you look at diaspora, victim diaspora, indigenous diaspora, subaltern diaspora, women diaspora, Dalit diaspora, minority diaspora, cultural diaspora, then religious diaspora, economic diaspora, linguistic diaspora, techno diaspora, costume diaspora, cosmetic diaspora, food as diaspora, and this diasporic sensibility can be created. As such, nobody is born as a diasporan. Nobody is instilled with the diasporic quality. Diaspora is not a tablet, right? Diaspora is not a medicine given during the childbirth. Diaspora is a sensibility. Diaspora is a sensibility. Subalternity is a sensibility. Inferiority is a sensibility. If you look at the word diaspora socially, it refers to the economic and political migration. If you look at the same word psychologically, right, with the help of Jacques Lacan, if you look at Jacques Lacan perspective of diaspora, diaspora is everyone's illness. And diaspora is the kind of illness injected, infused in the minds of the neighbors, the fellow dwellers, the fellow workers, the fellow religious communities, the different castes, different professions. In all these different professions, different castes, different religions, diaspora is a kind of instilled sensibility. The sensibility is infused. Nobody is born as subaltern. Nobody is born as diasporan, right? And diaspora doesn't, in the modern time, from the post-structuralist or deconstructionist stance, diaspora doesn't refer to only the physical migration from India to America. It is more than that. In India, in the Indian academia, in the Indian universities, and in Indian politics, Indian economy, and in the Indian education system, in Indian institutions like marriage, childbirth, puberty, in all these, sense of subalternity, sense of diaspora, right, are infused. They can be instilled in the minds of others who may feel diasporant, inferior, subaltern, ignored, marginalized, cornered, decentralized, even secondary platform, and as if enjoying only the remains, only the thrown outs. There are some people, right? And if you once again look at the words like religious diaspora, economic diaspora, in religion, how can we locate diaspora? In one religion. India is a multi-religious nation. No, Sikhism, Jainism, Buddhism, Hinduism, Islam, Christianity, like that. You can keep on listing the versatile list of religions in India. And if that is so, how can we find the diaspora within one religion? Right? Take for example, in Hinduism, right? The caste Hindus, Brahmins are one particular community, and all Brahmins are not the same. Iyer, Iyengar, each other, right? Iyer, Iyengar, each other, Namudri, all these are Brahmins, but they are not the same Brahmins. They are not the same Brahmins. Namudri claims to be at the top of the ladder in the hierarchy. He doesn't marry in his own Iyengar's family, Iyer's family, who is also a Brahmin. He doesn't marry in, he doesn't go there. He deems to be he considers it a religion. So this is within the religion, within the religion, economically speaking, right? Economic diaspora. The poor become poorer, the rich become richer, right? And this concept, from the Marxist perspective or the perspective of Lenin or Leninism or Marxism, you can look at the labor diaspora from the economic perspective. If you look at the labor diaspora from the economic perspective, you will understand how the economic discrimination, right, and how the standard of life, right, is decided by economy of the family, economy of the nation. Economically, a nation is considered to be superior and inferior, right? A superpower nation always happens to be an economically powerful nation. A nation that is not filled with the population, a nation that is not filled with mere natural bounties, a nation that is not filled with troops and armies and militaries, but a nation with a powerful economy happens to be a very big challenge. So the poor nations are nations of diaspora, are diasporic nations, right? I mean, in the global theater, the whole world is a theater, as Shakespeare calls it. And in the global theater, can Somalia claim to be a powerful nation? UN Secretary will UN Secretariat approve of it? No, it is inferior. The whole nation is inferior. The whole nation is undergoing subaltern or diasporic sensibility. They don't belong to the world at the primary as a primary nation. They are not primary. They are only secondary. They are subservient. They are subordinate. They are not altern. Subaltern. They are subaltern. They are subordinate. They cannot question. They can only listen. So this is for the whole nation. And within the nation, there are multiple communities, multiple religions, structures. So these within the same country, within the same religion, diasporic sensibility can be created. That's what I feel. That's what I personally know from the perspective of Michel Foucault's archaeology of knowledge, from his four schemata of knowledge: articulation, attribution, designation, and derivation. And from the perspective of rupture and redoubling of Jacques Derrida, you can also we can definitely look into the differences within the same religion. And you go to Christianity, that is same. Roman Catholic, Pentecost, so there are varieties. And the Protestants, Roman Catholic, Pentecost, all these are Christians under one umbrella, but they don't. They don't treat themselves equally. One claims to be the superior, the other claims to be the happens to be the inferior. And when the sense of inferiority is psychologically created within the minds of the fellow religious communities, is it not diaspora within the same religion, in their homeland, in their own home? And linguistically speaking, for example, Swami Vivekananda says, he says that knowledge is plentifully available through Sanskrit. I quote, in one of his lectures delivered in Madras. Sanskritization is a process of developing science and mathematics. Sanskritization gives the power of science, power of mathematics, he says. Is it not possible to be an expert in mathematics from Marathi or Malayalam or Tamil or Telugu, Kannada or Hindi or Oriya? Is it not possible? Is it only possible only through Sanskrit? Some religious groups, some religious heads recommend a particular language. Is it not an example of subjugating some other language or demeaning some other language? This kind of demeaning or ill-treating or what do you call subverting the other languages is a kind of forced diaspora that takes place to the language. It's a linguistic diaspora. When a language is prescribed at the cost of another language, when a particular language is recommended at the cost of another language, when a particular language is grown at the death of another language or at the killing of another language, it is definitely a forced diaspora that happens within the language, linguistic diaspora. Another French philosopher, a linguist, right? Ferdinand de Saussure, the Saussurean school of thought says, Saussure says beautifully, I quote, language is like a game of chess. I repeat, language is like a game of chess. No element can be added or removed without disturbing the existing element. No element can be removed or added without disturbing the existing element. And that is because of the discrete combination. Discrete combination. That's the nature of language. That is the nature of culture. That is the nature of family. That is the nature of a nation. So it is a discrete combination. None is inferior, none is superior. One cannot claim to be superior at the cost of the other. So language, all languages serve the purpose of communication. English is not at all a mother tongue. English is now the ruling language, right? And some people speak English in their own way, and some people find mistakes in others' English. What's wrong in that? What's wrong in that? Finding fault with someone's English is a kind of imperial tendency, imperial illness created by the undue love for English. Undue love for English at the cost of my Marathi, at the cost of my Malayalam or my Gujarati, at the cost of my Hindi. Why should I give undue respect to such an invaded language which has become official, parliamentarian, right? It's a parliamentary language. It's a language of official transaction. But still, when there is a mistake, among the 18 recognized Indian languages, people do not bother. They don't worry. They don't point. They don't even. They're least bothered. They do commit hundreds of mistakes while speaking Marathi, Telugu, Gujarati, Punjabi, whatever it is. But when they speak English, one man speaks English. The other man looks at him very carefully. What kind of English he is speaking? What is the accent he is following? Is he pronouncing the word exactly? Is it the right pronunciation? All these questions. Why these inhibitions? Is it not a symptom of diaspora created in the mind of a speaker of local language? A speaker who uses only the local language will undergo a sense of inferiority, a subaltern sensibility. This sensibility is instilled in the mind of a person who listens to your English. This is also a kind of diaspora. No, technology. No, is ruling the world. Now the entire world is ruled by 3 cultures, and India for that matters. Costume culture, cosmetics culture, and techno culture. Costume culture, cosmetic culture, and techno culture. These 3 cultures are the rulers of a nation today, of the world today, I can say. So technology discriminates. Technology discriminates. Humans invent technologies for their communications and establishing human harmony, but technology converts human intention. Technology converts human character. Technology converts human nature, and he doesn't listen to a fellow heart, but he is very fond of adding crown to the feather. No, we say adding crown to the feather. He has got a technology. He wants to add another gadget to the technology, but he doesn't want to add another human being to his book of memories. So people enjoy only hyper reality. There is nothing truth. There's no original. A copy without original is worshipped. A copy without original is worshipped. There is no original, but we have only copy. As we enjoy hyper reality calls, hyper reality video calls, hyper reality relationship, hyperreal marriages taking place from India and America, right? Taking place an Indian bridegroom, American bride, right? Indian bride, American bridegroom, right? Keeping their laptop on their on their lap, looking at each other and getting literally and virtually married. Getting married virtually, and is it not no? The technology is conversion of human attitude. So technology, okay. Well, is the technology available to all the people equally? We talk about digital India. We talk about digital currency, and life has become so public. Nobody is private. Life has become so public. Nobody is private. Everywhere you are monitored by the CCTV. Everywhere you are monitored by the Android culture. The Android cultures, Android atrocities, Android administrations, right, have been floating the technology richness, technological richness. But is it equally available to every Indian? Is it equally available to every citizen of the world? No. There are some who are deprived of such facilities. They don't have access. They feel disconnected. They are not at all connected. No network, nothing doing. What are they? They are diasporans, technologically speaking. They are diasporans. What about them? And the costume diaspora, among hundreds of religious costumes, right? Hundreds of religious costumes are available. Cultural costumes are available, but the imported costumes are given priority, right? Among 100 men wearing 100 men wearing jeans and sleeveless t-shirts, right? One fellow wearing the cultural costume will be a diasporan. Will be a diasporan. Will be a laughing stock. Among 100 people, among 1,000 Indians wearing who are wearing the modern costumes, one particular fellow wearing the cultural costume will be a diasporan today. The native costume has become a diasporan costume. The native costume has become a diasporic costume, costume diaspora. So likewise costumes. Turmeric is our product. Neem products are there. Turmeric products are there. All over the Indian products are there. But we don't have patent rights. We don't have patent rights. The foreigners have patent rights for our Indian crop, our Indian seeds, right? And the millets, Indian millets, Indian seeds, Indian crops, right? Do not have their patents, but they have patent rights. The foreigners have patent rights by signing different kinds of memorandum of understanding, right? And when this process started, then food also has become a diaspora. Among 100 ritual foods, rich foods in nutrition, right? Traditional foods which your grandfathers, grandmothers just recommended, they gave you by force when you were children. They were all healthy foods, right? They were all healthy foods. Today, those native foods are diasporic among the modern foods, among the modern, right, invaded food cultures. In the invaded food cultures, in the fast food system of India, right, the native foods have become diasporans. So food as a diaspora, religion as a diaspora, language as diaspora, and linguistic as diaspora, and culture as a diaspora. You can look at the diasporic sensibility. Diaspora is not a concrete thing that can be shown. It cannot be shown. Diaspora is a sensibility, an inferior sensibility created in the minds of the people who are living next to your door, next to your door, next to your door. So from the deconstructionist standpoint, I can tell you, I can assert that, I can strongly, right, assert that diaspora is a sensibility. It is not the outcome of just a migration, just a migration. It's more than that. It's within oneself. It's created by somebody in the minds of others. So there are many varieties I can list out: inter-diaspora, intra-diaspora, cross-diaspora, multi-diaspora, diaspora of violence and terror, diaspora of capitalism, excuse me, diaspora of capitalism, diaspora of imperialism. Imperialism creates diaspora, or imperial attitude creates diaspora. Subaltern sensibility is created by For example, there are two IAS officers addressing some audience on the stage in a function. One male IAS officer looks at a female IAS officer as something, as someone who is not authoritative. It's a sensibility. There's no proof for that. There's no proof. There's no proof. There's no evidence for his thinking, for his ideal, for his constitution of the woman. But there is sensibility. The sensibility should be eroded. Sensibility should be the sensibility is very stronger than the constructed concepts. An idea is construed, an idea is constructed, an idea is conceptualized, and conceptualization is not a big problem, but creation of sensibility related to the concept, creation of sensibility related to the idea is a very, very powerful thing. So creating a diasporic sensibility is very much possible amongst our own colleagues, fellow students, or fellow politicians, fellow religious communities, fellow fellow friends in different castes, different communities, different cadres, different academic life. So within the diaspora within diaspora, right? Diaspora within diaspora. Diaspora need not take place between the lives of two people living in two different countries. Inter-diaspora. Within the country there is diaspora, intra-diaspora. Within when all diasporas, when all diasporic sensibilities cross, they become multi-diaspora. They become cross-diaspora. So diaspora is not simply a concrete concretization. It is a kind of creation of sensibility among the fellow beings. So dear scholars, from Lacanian point of view, you can look at the psychological aspect of diaspora. From Derridian point of view, you can look at the deconstructionist perspective of diaspora. From the perspective of Michel Foucault, you can look at it as a problematizing of as a politically problematized diaspora, and as a linguist like Ferdinand de Saussure or Roland Barthes, the post-structuralist, you can look at it as a what do you call planned, designed, politicized promotion of a particular language at the death of another language from linguistic point of view, which you call linguistic diaspora. So from these points, you can definitely look at it. So Michel Foucault, to sum up, I like to strongly infuse in the minds of scholars and my dear fellow listeners, fellow participants, my dear fellow speakers and scholars and thinkers and academicians who are present here, connected online. I would like to strongly recommend that researches can be done, right? Not only on the migrated writers who are in America, they're enjoying costly restaurants, costly clubs, and easygoing, less gentleman life. Everything they're enjoying, but they call themselves a diasporan. Oh, we are longing for our nation. Oh, we lost our relations. Oh, we don't have a homeland. Oh, we are very sorry for that. We want to come back. Who asked you to go to America? Come back to India and settle down here. Indian education, Indian scholarship, Indian scholarship, Indian fellowship, Indian degree, Indian title, foreign service. You call yourself diasporan. Where is Salman Rushdie? Where is Karan Desai? Where are these people? People have settled in America and they are writing about the problem of diaspora. Diaspora is not the problem that takes place only because of migration, either forced or voluntary. Diaspora takes place within one nation, inter-diaspora, in religion, culture, language, in all aspects. So imperialism is the highest form of capitalism, Lenin says. Imperialism is the highest form of capitalism, says Mr. Lenin, the revolutionist. So if you want to redefine, right, and subaltern sensibility is the worst and the painful form of diaspora. So inferior, by subaltern sensibility, I mean inferior. Ranajit Guha's subaltern group, Ranajit Guha's subaltern groups initially called this a sensibility. So subaltern sensibility is the worst and painful form of diaspora. Dear friends, dear scholars, no one belongs to stay. No one belongs to stay. No one prolongs it anymore. Dear friends, time is a diaspora, place is a diaspora, hope is also a diaspora. Time, place, and home all have the notions of diaspora. Notions of diaspora. Time has notion of diaspora, and you will say good time, bad time, Ravikal, Yamakantam, Ravikal, Yamakantam. No, you have time.
Sir.
So notions of diaspora. So to conclude, the ideological and conceptual aspects of diaspora can be taken to other level to the research platform from different perspectives using the deconstructionist standpoint. With these few observations on the topic, I thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity. I thank you one and all, dear friends.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot, sir, Dr. M. Palaniswamy, for delivering such an excellent and scholarly lecture. On behalf of organizers, I am thankful to you, sir. You have talked about different types of diaspora. You have thrown light on various aspects of Indian diaspora literature in English. And diaspora is really a sensibility. It is illness and it indicates migration. Once again, to you. Now, I request Honorable Principal Sir, Dr. Kiran Khandare Sir, to sum up this second technical session.
Once again, very good afternoon to one and all.
Professor,
Yes, at the very out.
Professor, am I audible?
होते 2 मिनिट थांबा.
Very good afternoon to one and all. At the very outset, being one of the members of the organizing committee, as well as principal of Dr. H.N. Sinha Arts and Commerce College, Patur, which is governed by Sri Shivaji Education Society, Amravati. The college, which is affiliated to Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University, Amravati. So, on behalf of our institution, university, and the college, I extend my gratefulness at the very outset to Dr. M. Palaniswamy sir for accepting our timely invitation and delivering a very useful, thoughtful, valuable speech on diasporic literature in the absence of Dr. 50 marks who couldn't join this national conference due to loss of one of his near and dear ones. Dr. Palaniswamy sir has very aptly delivered the speech on important aspects, characteristics, features, and many of the concepts of the diasporic literature. He has in detail spoke about the victim diaspora, indigenous diaspora, subaltern diaspora, women diaspora, Dalit diaspora, economic diaspora, and so on. Dr. Palaniswamy sir has rightly elaborated, defined most of its concepts in a lucid manner. I hope his speech will be most useful to the professors, to the teachers, students, and the researchers who are pursuing their studies and research in diasporic literature. Many examples have been given by Dr. Palaniswamy sir, which focus a light on the contemporary issues we have been facing all over the nation today. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for accepting once again our timely invitation and delivering a very thoughtful and useful speech on diasporic literature in English in a national conference. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, friends, paper reading session is going to be started, and I request Dr. S.P. Joshi sir, Head PG Department of English, Santa Gadge Baba, Amravati University, Amravati, to chair this session. Dr. Joshi sir, am I audible to you, sir?
Yes, yes. Please.
Hello?
Hello. Sir.
Sir. Paper reading.
Yeah, we can straight away.
Paper reading session.
Yeah. So, who is anchoring the session, sir?
Myself, sir, C.N. Rathod.
Yeah. So we can straight away call one by one all the contributors who are going to read the papers.
Yeah.
We can proceed.
Yeah, sir. Yeah. Okay. Dr. Shalini Bang, madam from Akola. Hello.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, madam. You are audible, madam.
Thank you so
can
much,
present.
sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, madam. Okay, madam. Proceed.
Respected chairperson, all the dignitaries, principals, sir, the delegates from different colleges, and all the participants. A very good afternoon to all of you. I am Dr. Shalini Bang from RDG Women's College, Akola. And I'm reading the abstract of my paper titled Pondering Over Increasing Alienation. So I begin expressing my thought and emotion in verse form. Let's hold tight the losing essence of life. Life full of sacraments and attachment, joint families which were full of sacrifice for each other, where if one was ill, each would bother. The problems were solved hand in hand. Elders taught patience and provoking was not entertained. Respect for elders was firm in the mind. Our scriptures taught values which were sublime. Time gradually passed. Relationships took turn. Today, technology has banged and there is much new to learn. Yearning to learn and earn, young minds sailed abroad and introduced to the society a new wave of thought. Marvels are created in this tech world, but gradually intimacy is lacking in human world. Though far from family, kids are settling apart, but they induced in minds that technology joins us at par. Technology has connected humans at large, but gradually moving away youngsters from family emotions as they are far. The right order of human life, as taught in Indian Vedas, is to follow faithfully Swadharma. Swadharma is the true law and norms which nature has given, the norms of nature. Live life to full and do as you want others should do to you. Dharma means duty towards family, society, nation, respecting nature and environment, respecting relationships and fostering unity. The whole Indian system was founded upon a close participation of all orders in common life, viz. Family, relationships, society. Today we see that we are losing touch with our own ones, and this is gradually increasing. Thought of being individual and individual monetary progress is increasing day by day. Well, my paper is an attempt to explain the effects of change in relationships, which leads to alienation and dehumanizing relationships. In the present time, with reference to Harold Pinter's postmodern drama, The Homecoming. It's a play where a woman subsides all the norms which are set by nature, and thus arises a feeling of alienation and menace. In the present times, family norms are breaking slowly. Alienation is seeping as emotions are sinking gradually. My paper discusses the seeping alienation in Indian society and degradation of family bondage. I would just sum up with a few lines of my conclusion. In conclusion, I have tried to put up my thought, and that is there is a thin line between ambition and over-ambition. And one has to keep poise for keeping relations intact. Otherwise, depression and alienation peeps in, and we are caught in the clutches of these two devils, which makes our life a great puzzle. So I have detailed my paper on this theme of alienation with reference to the play by Harold Pinter. And I would like to thank all the organizers to give me this opportunity for paper reading here. Thank you all.
Abstract of your paper. On behalf of the organizer, I am thankful to you. Thanks,
Thank you.
madam.
Thank you, sir.
Now I am going to the next paper, Dr. Madhuri Phule madam from Amravati, Maharashtra.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Sir, am I audible?
Hello. Good afternoon, madam. Good
Am I
afternoon,
audible?
madam.
Sir, am I audible?
Yeah, madam, you are audible as well as visible.
Am I audible?
Yeah,
Yes.
madam, you are audible.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, madam, you are audible.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Am I audible?
Yes, madam, you are audible.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes,
Yes,
madam,
yes.
you are audible.
Sir, am I
Yes.
audible? Okay.
Yes, madam, you are audible.
Okay.
Yes.
A very good,
Okay, you can proceed, madam.
a very good afternoon to one and all, the respected organizers, the scholarly keynote speaker, Dr. Prantik Banerjee, the resource person, Honorable Palasamy sir, Chairperson of BOS, Dr. Nilesh Tare sir, Chairperson of this function of this session, Dr. Sandeep Joshi, dear participants, I am Dr. Madhuri Phule from Mahatma Jyotiba Phule Arts, Commerce and Science College, Bhatkuli. I am here to present the abstract of my paper. I have presented a paper on Naipaul's A House for Mr. Biswas, a diasporic novel. A House for Mr. Biswas is a novel published by Dr. V.S. Naipaul in 1961. A House for Mr. Biswas is a story of a poor West Indian Hindu who achieves a symbol of success and independence owing his own house. The novel has been called an epic, and its protagonist, everyman, Mr. Biswas's desperate fight to gain his own house, is the symbolic of everyman's need to establish an authentic identity in a hostile universe. Mr. Biswas faces challenges from birth, deals with complex family dynamics, and explores different careers, all to assert his autonomy and find a place where he can truly be free. The novel traces a life from the remote, entirely rural community of the first decade of the 20th century through its rural context with a big society. Throughout the novel, Mr. Biswas struggles to keep hold of his independence from immigrant awareness of mother country. It is a kind of inner clash which continues until the death of the protagonist. In conclusion, I should say, the novel A House for Mr. Biswas is a story of one man's struggle to establish himself in the inimical world. It has been given identity and definition by its setting in the multicultural society of British Trinidad during the first half of the 20th century. It is a colonial society built on slavery, exploitation, and the crisis of materialism with no political or cultural identity. The novel deals with Naipaul's own concerns as a displaced man in a socially deprived society who struggles to preserve his existence. Mr. Biswas is a rootless man who desires for a home in the novel. The diasporic sense focuses on the cultural crisis, rootlessness, fragmentation, frustration, and love for the motherland. An idea of a house approves a positive approach to the problem of diaspora. Mr. Biswas's desperate fight to gain his own house is symbolic of every man's need to establish an authentic identity in the hostile universe. Thank you. Thank you to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to present my abstract.
Thanks, madam, for dealing with the topic of your paper in a very careful manner. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Now, I request Ms. Jenita from Chennai to present your abstract. Next, Disha Mondal, Ranchi, Chhattisgarh. I request Disha Mondal Madam from Chhattisgarh to present her abstract.
Am I audible?
Yes, madam.
Okay, sir. May I share my screen?
Yes, madam.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay. Okay, this is my paper that I am going to submit you, and I have made the abstract on it. Exploring the concept of home in Shunanda Sikdar's A Life Long Ago. This is a Bengali text. It has been translated into English later on. It has been written in 2008 and it has been translated in 2014 in English. And basically, the author is from Bangladesh. She has been forced to come to India, and after coming to India, when the country got separated from each other, then she was just missing her that home is lost. So this is objectives. It is a memoir, and she has spent 10 years in Bangladesh. Her name of the village was Digpait, and she is a diasporic woman. She has come to Kolkata, where her extended family used to live there. And even after coming to Kolkata, she was missing the home that is long lost, the neighbors she used to miss, the playmates she used to miss. And in this narrative called A Life Long Ago, what is happening? She is missing her home in various ways. Our previous speaker said exactly in this also, she used to miss the food she would enjoy Bangladesh. And writing this memoir for 50 years, she tried to forget the memories of the past. First 10 years of her village life, she has just forgotten, tried to suppress the memory. But after that, death news has come. In her village, there was a Muslim person called Majam Sheikh. And the news of this person's death opened a floodgate for her to revisit this. And after that, what happens? She has written this memoir. So this is my research objective. This is my research gap. That many of the research have done, handful of researches have been done on from the perspective of partition. But here I have tried to show how home is becoming very much important. Nostalgia and home is becoming very much important in this narrative. So the thing is that Shunanda Shikdar's name was Doyamoyi when she used to live in that village. And she tells about her life, who chooses to write after a long time. The native land occupies the central stage of her narrative, and the native homeland is the epitome of perfection. She has come to India, but India is not perfect to her. The Bangladeshi village was the perfect. And she submerges the memories of the first decade of her life and decides to live like they never existed. She has come to India and she is very much lonely and alienated in even with her family members. So what happens after she is writing about her past? She is actually getting peace. She is attaining peace. Previously, she was leading a peaceful life in Bangladesh,
when she came to India, she was really in a turmoil situation. She was really suffering. But after she has written her memory about Bangladesh, is attaining a peace. So this is the main thing that I have shown in this paper. So I'm grateful to you for giving me this opportunity to present my paper. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. You have really thrown light on the topic of your paper, where protagonists go abroad in search of a better job and culture, but they find it very difficult to adjust with the different culture and situation. Thanks a lot, madam. Now I request Neha Dave, madam, from Raisan, Madhya Pradesh, to present her abstract.
नाही जॉईन नाही झाले नेक्स्ट जॉईन नाही झाले नेक्स्ट
Miss Nikita Gawande from Amravati, Maharashtra. Yes, madam. You are not audible, madam. Ma'am, please unmute yourself. Unmute.
एक मिनिट
Yes.
Yes.
I was unmute from your side, sir. Sorry for inconvenience.
Okay, madam. Please proceed.
Respected dignitaries, the organizers, and dear participants, a very good afternoon to everyone. My name is Nikita Gawande, and I am the faculty in PG and Research Department of English, Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University. The topic of my research paper is an analysis about the predicament of the characters in select Indian diasporic works. We have witnessed a valuable discussion on how Indian diaspora plays a remarkable role in literature by Dr. Banerjee sir in his keynote address and Dr. M. Palanswamy sir in his plenary session, who added to our knowledge. As we all know, Indian diaspora literature is formed by the authors who identify themselves as being of Indian origin, but also belonging to foreign land. These Indian authors, staying away from their homeland, produce diasporic literature that is also known as expatriate writing or immigrant writing that give voice to the traumatic experience of these writers. Through the characters in their works, these eminent authors speak about cultural predicament, quest for identity, dislocation, racial discrimination, and many other issues caused by migration. Writers like Amitav Ghosh, Salman Rushdie, Kamla Markande, Bharti Mukherjee, Chitra Banerjee, Deva Kurni, Anita Desai, Kiran Desai, so many others, they are the significant contributors in diasporic Indian English literature. My research paper is an attempt to focus on the predicament of the characters in the novels of some important authors like Anita Desai, Kamla Markandais. Anita Desai, Bye Bye Blackbird Day. Then Kamla Markandais, The Nowhere Man. Chitra Banerjee, Deva Kurni is The Mistress of Spices. Spices. Then Amitav Ghosh, The Shadow Lines. Chumpaleris, Bharti Mukherjee's Jasmine, and Kiran Desai's The Inheritance of Law. I have dealt with so many characters like Dev, Joshi, Jyoti, Gauri, Tilo, Subhash, and the predicament that is portrayed in the novels. Thus, through the character analysis in these works, the Indian diaspora plays a significant role in reflecting the complexities of diasporic experience in literature, and it examines the displacement and the nostalgia for their homeland and alienation caused by displacement of dislocation as well as conflict between generations and cultural identity. I thank the organizing team, the chairperson of the station, Dr. Sandeep Joshi sir, and Dr. Kiran Khandare sir, for providing me a chance to add my views to this conference. Thanks.
Thank you, madam. You have thrown light on the protagonist of your paper, research paper, who pine for home country, home culture, and they find it difficult to mix up with their home country and its culture. Thank you very much, madam. Now, I request Dr. Sandeep Thorat sir from Karanja, Maharashtra to.
Hello, very warm good afternoon to everyone. Respected Flora, respected Dr. Sandeep Joshi, respected Dr. Kiran Khandare sir, principal, all the dignitaries, participants, and delegates. I am today going to present my paper on the topic Diasporic Treatment in Anita Desai's Baumgarten's Bombay. I am reading my abstract here. Anita Desai is one of the leading writers of Indian diaspora, for her father was a Bengali and her mother was a German immigrant. As an immigrant's daughter, Anita Desai witnesses immigrants' adaptation of their new surroundings. My paper makes an earnest effort to bring forth diasporic situation in Anita Desai's Baumgarten's Bombay. It presents the life of immigrants and their attitude towards their own country, India, and their settled country, Germany. The paper equally states immigrants' displacement, suffering, alienation, exclusion, isolation, and nostalgia. She pictures the hardship of the immigrants in different culture where her character makes the effort to live a safe life. Sometimes they succeed, and most of the time the new culture, custom, language, attitude, social values assimilate them to some extent. This hostility strongly makes them to remember their home, the native land. Desai assumes the want for a meaningful existence amid the conflicting culture spaces through the characters like Hugo Baumgartner's in Baumgartner's Bombay. Since the encounter between East and West, especially India on the one side and the other countries on the other, is a regular theme in Indo-English literature. Anita Desai herself, being a half European and residing in USA, brilliantly depicts the cultural diaspora in her novels. I conclude here my paper. Baumgartner's a German, a Jew, stays in India for a period of 50 years. He is forced to live the life of alienation and exclusion. The only company is that of cats that he nurses and loves. Both Baumgartner's and Lotte throughout the narrative are sailing in the same boat of isolation in an alien country among their memories and dreams. Their isolation is the outcome of their uprootedness from their own past. culture, tradition, and society. In fact, the note of diaspora runs throughout the novel, for it gives a picture of two different countries, Germany and India. Desai brilliantly depicts the conflict of two cultures through various characters, both insiders and outsiders. It is the need of time to bring mutual understanding between different cultures in order to inculcate universal humanity. And this is the essence of my paper, behind writing this paper. Thank you very much. I am very much thankful to Dr. K.S. Khandare sir, Dr. Joshi sir, for giving me nice opportunity to present my paper on the diasporic theme. Thank you very much.
You have said in your paper that the characters in diaspora literature, they belong neither to west nor to east, and this is their predicament or awkward condition, flight. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next paper presenter is Preeti Nikam madam. Preeti Nikam madam.
Hello.
Hello.
Am I audible?
Yeah, madam. Yes, madam. You are audible.
Just wait, sir. Just wait, sir.
Madam, start your video.
Just a sir.
Okay.
व्हिडिओ कसं ऑन करायचं? Excuse me, sir. Can you please help me how to start my video?
How to start video? Okay, madam. Just wait for few minutes.
Video start करूँगा friends. कराना start.
Okay, madam. Now start your video. Am I audible to you, madam?
सर यातलं कोणीच नाही आहे ना. यातलं कोणी जे करत आहे फक्त आता ज्याला सांगितलं यातलं कोणीच नाही आहे. नेहा आहे का ते शोधून? नेहा नाही ना, पूर्ण पाहिलं नाही, पूर्ण पाहिलं. ह्या निकिता गावंडेचं झालं ना?
झालं.
सांगून द्या मग.
Okay. Dr. Joshi sir, except Preeti Nikam, nobody is present. The names you have sent to me, Sweta Joshi sir. Now let me request Dr. S.P. Joshi sir, Head PG Department of English, Sant Gadge Baba, Amravati University,
Sir,
Amravati.
Shweta Khetan madam is there. Shweta Khetan madam.
Shweta Khetan madam. Shweta Khetan madam.
She is waiting for her chance.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay.
Please.
Now, I request Shweta Khetan madam to present her abstract of paper.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes,
Am I
yes,
audible,
madam.
sir?
You are audible.
Yes, yes.
Yes. A very good
You are,
afternoon.
yes,
to-
yes, yes.
Yes. A very good afternoon to respected chairperson of this session, Dr. Sandeep Joshi, sir, Principal Dr. Khandare, sir, Dr. Nilesh Tare, sir, and all the dignitaries of this uh, conference and all the participants. The writer of my paper, which I have presented, is Salman Rushdie. He is an eminent diasporic writer, very well known for his work like Midnight's Children, Satanic Verses, and many more. His semi-autobiographical novel, Salman Rushdie, published in 1981, Midnight's Children, acclaimed Booker Prize and Special Booker Prize. The novel deals with India's transition from British colonialism to independence and the partition of British India. The novel's main character, Salim Sinai, is born on the India's Independence Day with supernatural abilities. The children born on this day are called as Midnight's Children. The topic of my research paper is Predicament of Salim Sinai as reflected in the novel of Salman Rushdie's Midnight's Children. The research paper is the study of the fate of self in the face of harsh and hostile modern world and aims at analyzing the novel of Salman Rushdie in the light of existential predicament of its protagonist, Salim Sinai. Such predicament is manifested in the aspects of despair, frustration, poverty in its various episodes in the novel. Salim is linked to history by different notes of connection through manifold relationships. Salim faces multiple identities pressed upon him, a mirror of fragmentation and multiplicity of Indian society and the confusion of social, religious, religion identities under which India suffered during our partition and independence time. Midnight Children invites readers to engage with the multiplicity and fluidity of India's national identity, fostering a deeper understanding of the complexities and nuances that shape the India's history and culture and predicament of the people of India. The present paper deals with the protagonist of the novel, Salim Sinai. The novel's central thematic concerns are attachment, detachment, loss of faith, loneliness, identity crisis, and anxiety, all of which are artistically explored in the protagonist's life. The paper analyzes the loss of identity, love, and affection as the formative cause of Salim Sinai's alienated personality and his predicament. Thank you. Thank you so much for the organizing committee, especially Dr. Sandeep Joshi, sir, for giving me this opportunity to read my abstract. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, madam, for throwing light on your abstract and pointing out that identity crisis is one of the major aspects of diaspora literature. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Now,
Sir, Preeti Nikam madam is ready.
Preeti. Yes, Preeti
Her
Nikam.
video is not working. Her video is not working.
Yes, yes, sir. Her video is not working. Sir, is there Anup Atram? Professor
No,
Anup
he's not
Atram?
available. He's not available. Preeti Nikam madam.
Neha Bhutkar. Okay, okay, sir.
Preeti Nikam madam
Now
is
I
available.
request Preeti Nikam madam is available. Preeti Nikam madam.
He had no, nothing.
Preeti Nikam, madam.
हॅलो सर, आपल्याकडून ते बंद आहे, आपलं म्यूट आहे. You
Yes,
have to
okay,
unmute
okay,
it.
sir. Yes, sir, we are trying.
हा.
Preeti Nikam, madam. Sir, her video is not functioning properly.
Audio is working, we can allow.
Yes, sir. Audio is working, but
Yeah.
video is not working.
So let it be. She can, without video also, she can present her paper. We have to unmute. We have to unmute it first.
Unmute.
Sir, we have to unmute it first at our own level.
Your speech. Please, I request Honorable Dr. Sandeep Joshi, sir, to head a PG Department of English, Sant Gadge Baba, Amravati University,
Sir,
Amravati.
Preeti Nikam madam is ready. She is ready with her audio.
Audio.
Yes.
Yes. Please. Sir, Preeti madam is not.
Then Dr. Sanjay Reddy is also available. Dr. Sanjay Reddy, are you there?
Sir, time is about to be over. So, I request Honorable Dr. Sandeep Joshi to sum up this paper reading session.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Dr.
Yes, sir.
Sanjay Reddy also wishes to read his abstract. I think is available. His message is there. Dr. Sanjay Reddy of KL College. And one Miss Nupur Das is also ready.
Dr. Sanjay Reddy, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Thank you very much, sir, Rathod sir, that you gave me a chance, the last chance, or the second last chance, I will say. I belong to that college where we have association.
Sir, it's our duty, sir. It's our duty to give chance to participant.
Thank you, sir. I would like to express my thanks to all the organizers and all the literate people, those who are listening my abstract of a paper which I presented a day before yesterday. Now, the title of my paper is, without taking much more time of your all, a critical study of Namdev Dasa's poetry as an exponent of Dalit vice. This research paper is a critical analysis of the most unique poet the land of India has ever seen. Namdev Dasa has been the only poet from India who has provided a series of breakthroughs to the streams of literature in India in general and Marathi literature in particular. For the literature here has been trading since the times of Sant Jnaneshwar, the trodden path only, the once sans innovation of content, language and style. However, Dhasa's meteoric landing on the dry and dairy surface of Marathi literature awakened it from its centuries-old deep slumber with his big bang blows of so-called outlandish subjects, unprecedented batteries of words, and highly explosive style. Thus, he emerged as a true creative rebel on the docile surface of Marathi literature, the regional literature of Maharashtra, India, and caught the literate and the connoisseurs unawares who helplessly tried to capture him as a culprit of creativity, but had to buckle down soon under the reverent dictates of the global creative fraternity, which wanted him crowned as a new prince of poetry from till then relatively barren land, having not produced the bards of brutal might and maverick magnificence. His recognition in the World Poetry or Conference in Germany catapulted him on the glittering poetic skylines of the world poetry and made him native land embrace him, though reluctantly as a world poet. Wearing poetic crown of effulgence, studded in gems and jewels of rare creativity. The paper intends to bring before the lovers of English poetry the till now unexplored recesses of Dasa's poetry that earned him a place of repute and respect in world poetry in particular and Indian poetry in general by virtue of its umpteen innovations and uniqueness, thereby erecting and establishing it as a new poetry and Dasa as a poetic giant in a vaster global poetic pool, overflowing with a wide range of creative geniuses. Thank you very much, organizers, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much, Sandeep sir.
Thank you, sir, for throwing light on your paper. Now, the last paper presenter is named Dr. Neha Dave, Raisan, from Raisan, Madhya Pradesh. Neha Dave.
चालू लगेच.
Now I request Honorable Dr. Sandeep Joshi sir to sum up this paper reading session.
Sir, one more participant is willing and eager to read a paper. Dr. Nupur Das. She is requesting. Kindly unmute her. Kindly allow her and unmute her. Nupur Das.
Nupur Das. Okay, okay, sir.
Also, Neha Dave is also available now.
Neha.
Nupur Das sir. Continue. Nupur Das.
Nupur Das sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah. Yes, madam, you are audible.
Can I continue with the audio? Actually, I'm a bit unwell.
Madam, you are audible, but not visible.
Yes, sir.
Video.
Actually,
Start your video, madam.
okay.
Neha Dave or Nupur Das? Who is there?
This is Das Nupur.
Das Nupur.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Am I okay, sir? Good afternoon, everyone. Esteemed chairperson, keynote speaker, and everyone. I'm honored to be here before you today to present my paper on title Beyond the Veil of Crisis, Cultural Identity and Diasporic Dynamics in the Blind Matriarch. So I'll be presenting the abstract of this. In the widespread metaphoric framework of modern Indian writing, Namita Gokhale, the Blind Matriarch, shines as a vibrant and thought-provoking exploration of cultural identity, family dynamic, and human survival skill and complex diasporic experiences during adverse times. Set against the backdrop of COVID pandemic, this text encourages readers to embark on an expedition through the lives of an Indian joint family, which is guided by Mataji Ma, wisdom and insights, who is the blind matriarch at the heart of the story. Through Gokhale's vivid storytelling and engaging language, the narrative emerges as interconnected thread of cultural heritage, modernity, and the unbreakable bond that holds families together, even in the face of extreme adversities. Hence, Gokhale lets readers transcend the limits of visible sights and embrace an in-depth understanding of what resilience, endurance, and empathy are. This analysis explores the depth of the blind matriarch, examining how the pandemic serves as catalyst for an individual's personal growth. Moreover, the significance of cultural heritage and the shared collective strength that is developed amid the embrace of a beloved family. This paper tries to illuminate the theme of tradition, modernity, and the complexities of family dynamics. Here, Gokhale's narrative try to touch with the universal truth about the human spirit capacity to find strength in the unity and solace in the cultural roots. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present the abstract of my paper.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much, sir.
For throwing light.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for throwing light on your abstract.
Thank you, sir.
Next paper presenter is Neha Dave. Last.
Preeti Nikam is also.
Neha Dave, madam.
Sir, Neha Dave is not available.
नहीं प्रीति निकम मैडम है इसका मैसेज चलता ना जोशी सर तो क्या
Sir, Preeti Nikam, madam is requesting you to unmute her audio.
Unmute her video.
Preeti Nikam, madam.
Preeti Nikam, madam. Next abstract presenter is Preeti Nikam, madam. Dr. Preeti Nikam, madam.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes, madam, you are audible.
Yes, yes.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving me this opportunity. Respected dignity and all the participants, very good afternoon to all of you. I am Preeti Nikam, faculty of PG Department English from Santa Garge Baba, Amravati University. I am pursuing my PhD under the supervision of Dr. Kuldeep Singh Moharikar, sir. My research paper title is The Identity Crisis in a Kiran Desai, The Inheritance of Loss. The abstract is that diaspora literature provides the narrative of a harsh journey undertaken for various reasons. Diaspora provides the account of another sense of place away from homeland, a place from where the displacements occur. Thus, it represents and dwells deep into the concept such as nostalgia, memory, and even the lamination of losing one's nature language. Loss, nostalgia, memory, and identity are the key elements of diasporic writing. Kiran Desai, an Indian-born American author, highlight the issue of globalization, multiculturalism, and caste system of India, and the sensitive socio-political issue like hybridity, insurgency, racial discrimination, identity crisis, alienation, and displacement. Identity crisis is one of the most dominating thematic concerns in her novel. The Inheritance of Loss, her second novel, which was published in 2006, won the Man Booker Prize in 2006 and the National Book Critics Circle Fiction Award in 2007. The setting of this novel is in 1980s India, England, and the United States. Depict the clash between traditional Indian ways of living and gleaming wealth of the Western world. The Inheritance of Loss is a realistic and incredibly expressive novel known specially for its moving narration and for addressing the people's survival issue across the multiple dimensions and locations. Novel is based on the life story of Demobhai Patel, a retired Chief Justice, has been living in a small hill town at the foot of Mount Kanchenjunga. Sai, Judge's granddaughter, a cook, and Biju, he is a cook's son who live in America. This study attempts to show how the diasporic dislocation can contribute to the reinforcement of the national and the cultural identity in the age of globalization. Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, madam, for reading out your abstract of research paper. Thanks, madam. Thanks a lot. Now, last paper presenter, abstract presenter is Dr. Neha Dave from Madhya Pradesh.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you called my name earlier also, but I'm not, it was muted from your side, so I'm not able to speak anything. So sorry for the inconvenience. And good morning,
Okay.
good afternoon,
Okay,
everyone.
it's all right, madam.
Sir, I just like to share my PPT. Can I?
Madam, you can read out your abstract only.
So it's very short. It's hardly comprises, it comprises of hardly 4 screens only.
Okay.
I hope the
Neha
screen
Dave.
is visible, sir. So I hope my screen is visible.
No, madam, your screen is not visible.
Yes. I think
Yes.
this is available.
This is
Jahan ji.
visible. Yes, sir. Yes. Good morning to all respected dignitaries who are present here, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to present my paper. I'm Neha Dave a research scholar from Department of English from Sri University. I'm presenting my paper along with my co-author, Professor Naveen Kumar Mehta, sir, who is my supervisor during the this PhD program. My research paper that it's about the revisiting Peggy Mohan's Jahajin through the literature review, a critical analysis. I just want Firstly, I just want to explain the diaspora. The diaspora is known to be the word that is used to use and deal with the lives of the immigrants and external and internal conflicts in the new and far land. The immigrants are feeling of alienation, confusions, nostalgia, dislocation, and suffering due to the discrimination might be based on the race, culture, language, professional skills, and knowledge and religion. The term the diaspora has been derived from the Greek word diasporan, to distribute or to sow, to scatter, or like a seeds from one end to another. In other words, in another assumes meaning is that the word die means.
Madam, excuse me, please cut short your
Yes, sir.
presentation.
Surely, sir. The women Indian diaspora writers are particularly the writer. They have just carved out the niches of the both the distinctly deeply reflected the complexity of the living person who are living outside there and the faces the internal and external conflicts. So the it's about my research is exploring the Jahajin. This is book which is written by the Peggy Mohan, and Peggy Mohan, she was a well-known writer, linguistic from the Trinidad, and she is known for her amazing work, Caribbean English Creole language. So it's my book on which I have prepared my research, that is Jahajin. It's a masterpiece of Peggy Mohan, and in this, the women's protagonists, namely Dida and Saranga and Cerneria. So it's yes, sir. Some methodology. I just want to go to the method. The methodology which I have used in this paper is a critical analysis of the primary and secondary tests. An extensive literature review has been done by the previously studied papers, and the paper also identify and analyzes the literature review and the literature gaps. So this paper explore. Yes, sir. So I'll explain the few more points.
Madam, please wind up.
Yes, sir. So, okay. In this, I have explored and analysis the literature gap, which is talk about the cultural identity, hybridity, collective trauma, narrative strategy, migration, displacement, and belonging, and intersexuality. For the same, I have reviewed these papers, WAD 2013, which is talk about the indentured labors, and Thakur focus on the life of the immigrants. Nair discuss about the status of the diasporic women. Now, in the lastly, I just want to sum up my paper with the concluding remark that this literature review of the Peggy Mohan Jahajin has provided a valuable insight to the various aspects of the novel that talk about the contribution and understanding of Indo-Caribbean literature and culture. And it's also explored the research gap at the Jahajin, which offered the theoretical material like scholars to explore the including the cultural interpretation, identity, language, gender, historical memories, and the narrative strategy also. And the researchers also found that Jahajin as a novel wells the collection of the trauma, that historical memories of the indentured laborers and evidence the haunting recollection of their memories and sacrifices, whatever they did. And the Peggy Mohan as a novelist bring the life to the ineligible prints of the history to the present. And now we can figure out from from reading her novel that how the people are facing in the past during the indentured during their journey, whatever they have faced, and how the women has carried the culture and preserved the culture in that region. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Hello, sir. Sandeep, sir. Hello, Sandeep, sir.
Hello.
Sir, please, you can continue because some technical problem. So you can continue, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you, sir. So the organizers have communicated to me now that we are already exceeded our time limit that has been given to us. So I think I should sum it up very fast. We have received paper on variety of topics related to diaspora. So many aspects are covered. And because these were aspects, it is not possible for me to present a critical analysis of the paper here. But I hope these papers would be very insightful and provide much light and guidance for the future researchers to explore the subject in detail. All in all, we are thankful to all the contributors for presenting their abstract, and I hope they will very soon come up with the full paper that would be very helpful to the future aspirants. So thank you from all the sides, and I convey my best wishes to the future research scholars as well as to the organizers. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for chairing this paper reading session and guiding us. Thanks a lot, sir. Now, friends, the last part of this online national conference on the topic Indian diaspora literature in English is proposing a vote of thanks. So I invite my colleague, Dr. Sanjay Khandel, sir, to propose a vote of thanks. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Good
You are
afternoon to
audible,
all.
sir.
Yes, sir. Yes. Hello.
Sir, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, sir. I pay my tribute to Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, Dr. Bhausaheb Panjabu Deshmukh, and Garge Baba. One day online national level conference on Indian diaspora literature in English that was organized by the Department of English with collaboration PG Department of English, Sant Garge Baba Amravati organized one day national level online conference. So the first session is inaugural ceremony, and for that the inauguration is held by Honorable Advocate Sri Javantrao L.S. Bhaiya Sahib Vinayakrao Patil Usbekar, Vice President of Sri Shivaji Society. For that session, Dr. Nilesh Tare, Chairman, Board of Studies in English, Sant Garge Baba Amravati City, Amravati, was Chairman. I really thank for him. The keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Pratik Banerjee from Hislop College, Nagpur, very beautifully elaborate the point. I really thank our principal, Dr. Kiran Khandare sir, for the second technical session. At that time, the resource person, Dr. P. Palana Swami of Pondicherry University, Pondicherry, the last session that was organized under the guardianship of S.P. Joshi sir, Head PG Department of English, Sant Garge Baba Amravati City, Amravati. The technical team who support us, very important role, that is Dr. Aale sir, Chandrakant Dhumale sir, Dr. Deepali Gogre madam. I really thank to all the participants. The paper the paper presentation ceremony
I really thank the organizing committee. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now the meeting is over. Thank you. हो त्याच्यामुळे मीटिंग केली एंड केली मॅडम मीटिंग आता. हा मॅडम बंद करू तुमचा लॅपटॉप. हो 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 माझा पेनड्राईव्ह घेतो. हो हो साहेबांसोबत गेले का हा सर. का हो दादा एकटे एकटे आमच्यासाठी डबा आणायला लागत होता. अमृत करा तुम्ही आता. नाही 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 अमृत करा. मी जेवण करून आलेलो. तुमचा फोन आला होता तेव्हा जस्ट जेवण करून राहिलो होतो. मॅडम तुमच्या लॅपटॉपची बॅग कुठे आहे. सगळ्या मोबाईलनं जीव टाकले. माझा मोबाईल जीव टाकला. हो शेवटी दादाच्या चार्जरनं 6% केला माझा मोबाईल चार्ज. हे घे जमा माझा मोबाईल. मिलिंद भाऊ माझा मोबाईल. हो थँक्यू.